All right. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the long absence. I was just it, all I'm gonna say is I was just dealing something that took a toll on my emotional and mental health. But now I'm good. And to anyone who honestly thought I'd give up reading this thing, in your fucking dreams. I I'm not stopping until I finished it all. So, with that said, a breakdown. Analyst and Shy Lily and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red and Nano Protector, and hurt me. I couldn't understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that this was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shy Lily lied to Nanolis about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her, I believe Nanolis lied to everyone about her experience with Red, not and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be the manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened, and were convinced to see things the way that they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years. End quote. When the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on April 26th, 2025, they were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our sides of the story, because it contradicts what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolis, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who were involved. I used their own words and all the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. Every topic is separated and all dates and times are in EST. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Video timestamps are linked to directly and highlighted in green. Any sections based on speculation are labeled in pink. Who was involved before anything was public? Nanolis. Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shy Lily. Shy Lily was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano. Numi. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on April 28th, 2025.
Also want to take an extra moment to just say thank you to Buff and Candy and Rose, Shia, Lily, Vienna, Tricky, Yuzu, Bao, and Nano for just calling and talking.
The other three girly pops. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff Pup and the other three Vichiban members. Yumi said that Buff and the other three Vichiban members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream from April 20, no, not April, July 22nd, 2025, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public.
And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us. But you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, "Hey, what do you want to do?" And they said, "I want to do this." And we said, "Okay, girl, like you go do that, and we'll be here to support it."
Also, message to everyone in the clips mentioned, to the content creators in the clips mentioned, if you even fucking try to claim or strike these, I will fight tooth and fucking nail. Bring it on. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Sacramore, Bao's video editor, Sack, had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have the evidence of anyone else being included on this list. Although, there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else was mentioned in Nano's document or involved at all in the planning of anything before, including Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent. None of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted. My stomach dropped to read. It makes me very sad to have things come out like this, sending Nano and Bao so much love. About we can pay Kumori for you, and you don't have to discount it the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think, for this year right now. But you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Blank, all again. Models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or Cotton. We also have another GS label for you too, the AFK Nano. Is there any way to add a little bit more since Blank still asks for it every now and again? In Silvervale, Spite posted their own documents with Nano screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's, respectively. Note, any names that are censored here are censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their name revealed by the time of posting this document. The 17-day timeline, April 11th, 2025 to April 28th, 2025. This is the timeline of what happened, starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily on April 11th, and ending with Shy Lily's stream on April 28th. April 11th, 2025. Red saw Nano working on a model for Shy Lily on her stream and messaged her about it. Screenshots in Nano section. I rated Shy Lily for a second time in the past couple weeks, and she had another off-putting response to it.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, cause like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyropoopers! Hi! How you doing? We're playing some Honkai Star Rail. We had a sponsor earlier. Oh, we do. No, we don't have a sponsor anymore. It's been like an hour since. I'm catching up in Honkai. It's really cool. I got the dragon lady.
April 12th, 2025. Red messaged Nano about Shy Lily again and talked about behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either one of us. Screenshots in Nano's and Shy Lily's section. April 14th, 2025 or April 15th, 2025. April 14th, 2025 or April 15th, 2025. Nano showed Shy Lily the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shy Lily told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano making more of their DMs. Shy Lily told her to contact the people affected, including Bao.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words
Was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents. And if this is weird, she has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do?
And explain why she said she didn't really care about Bao or Cotton. Lily said the screenshots Nano showed her were from quote a few days ago, unquote, when she saw them. She said that this was what quote started it all.
It's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot. And I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of, it's not true. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord.
Speculation. Whether Nano decided to show Shy Lily more from messages with Red herself, or Shy Lily actually asked if Red said anything about anyone else. I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shy Lily is also unknown. Shy Lily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shy Lily could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red, and I, who she warned, continued to lie and manipulate her. who she warned continued to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. April 15th, 2025. I messaged Bosca since I hadn't heard from Shy Lily directly in weeks. He implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. Screenshots in Shy Lily section. I messaged Nano for the first time. I messaged Oh my god, I can't fucking speak. I messaged Nano for the last time, screenshot in Nano section, asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied. Akira, Nano's new manager, screenshots in Nano section, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to, quote, artistic burnout. April 16th, 2025. Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano. Screenshots in Nano section. April 18th, 2025. Nano did not message Bao. Shy Lily did instead, telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Shy Lily she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday, April 21st, 2025.
At No Frills, we're here to help you save money.
Take your time.
And last Friday, Lily messaged me, and because I told her that I was about to go get that procedure done, she held off talking to me for a couple of days. And so she said, it's okay, like, go worry about your health and we can talk about this later. And the procedure gets moved to Monday. Lo and behold, the OR is backed up by several hours. And they said, instead of just waiting around all day, you should just reschedule. And so I rescheduled it to Monday, and I told Lily, I'm so sorry. Like, I just don't want to, I just am not in the right headspace to talk about anything right now. Can you please wait until after I get my procedure done at the hospital? And so then a couple days go by and I'm healed up for the most part. It's not like the worst procedure ever, but it did induce a really bad period, and that is historically when my mood and mental is not the best. So I've been, in a lot of pain, and so
We did not talk until after Bao recovered from her surgery. Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shy Lily suggested. Apparently didn't. Shy Lily was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? April 21st, 2025 to April 23rd, 2025. Speculation. Sometime between these dates was when my other friends first were informed. And it was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair between the 18th and 20th. Ren and I were originally supposed to go too, but I had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shy Lily would have told any of them about this on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short. Cinder. Hi, Numi. I hope you've been feeling okay lately. I've seen you tweeting about your asthma and wanted to see how you were. I hope Ren Fair was a fun time for everyone too. Numi. Thank you, Sindor. Slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. On her stream, on July 22nd, 2025, Buff said that, quote, with the fire VTuber, quote. Buff said, quote, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like, you go do that, and we'll be here to support it. The way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before. Or, quote, the person who was affected. End quote. Bao was even involved because of her surgery. Quote, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. End quote. Isn't talking about saying something publicly because right after, Buff said they asked that person what they wanted to do with the situation, what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44.
I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And I hated that I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And
In that position. The VOD of the stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. April 21st, 2025. I sent my last message to Shy Lily to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied. Screenshot in Shy Lily's section. Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. Screenshots in Nano section. Bao underwent her surgery and started recovery. Just woke up from anesthesia now. I'm in recovery. April 23rd, 2025. Bao finally talked with Shy Lily about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence. Gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan the documents together.
So we made a group chat. Like a few days later, because Bao had surgery, so it took a while. We made a group chat. Can you imagine? That Giga Chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this. That group chat we used to expose everything, not just, from Nano's messages and having to deal with her manipulation, but we also came to realize that everything that happened to us individually those weren't isolated incidences where you're like, well, shit happens. Sometimes you do something that you regret. Sometimes you call your friend a bitch. Sometimes you throw a friend under the bus in the heat of the moment. Hopefully you regret doing that, but that's a different story. But we realized that it wasn't just a coincidence. It wasn't just one incident. It wasn't just a isolated incident. It was a year-long pattern. Everything connected. It was a pattern that consisted over years.
Bao's editor Sacramore was involved. Sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, quote, I found about this less than 48 hours ago. End quote. At the same time, it was posted on the night 25th PST, and Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th.
You're done.
It's ending.
We've got Twizzlers left.
We found out like fucking 5 days ago.
In your basement.
Collected the evidence for a day and then slept over it for a day to really, because we realized we have career-ending fucking evidence. So we went to fucking
The part
bed
that
and
absolutely
then posted it.
blows my mind about this is that it went on for years. If there was an attempt so long ago to stop that behavior and mitigate any further damage, all those relationships would, quite possibly, have been mended by now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Womp womp. As requested, here is your weekly WoW news. Blizzard recently clarified the upcoming Dinar system is bad luck protection and not a gear progression.
Speculation. It's possible that BIOS, their editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. April 25th in PST, April 26th in EST. Nano's, BIOS, and Sacramores documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42 a.m. EST. Screenshot in Nano's section. BIOS just 6 minutes later at 1:48 EST. Screenshot in BIOS section. And a Sacramores 17 minutes after that at 2:05 EST. So it's screenshots in BIOS section. Sometime during this, both Red and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Speculation. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread out of Shy Lily's fear and Lily's fear of me manipulating my way out of it.
To be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Docky. Sorry, that was the only tough night. That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with, you know.
I've been more greedy lately. I like money, having money and using money. But, I genuinely have no clue of why people think wanting money means you have to abandon humanity.
Exactly.
I pity them for leaving their human side for success. I guess it's shrimply business. I'd say ban Bao, but honestly, let's hug Bao instead. Jarvis, provide no screenshots in my defense.
Shortly before Cotton and Silvervale and Spite were contacted about their inclusion, possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after. Is this my heart dropped? Oh, my son dropped. And Silver's and Spike's documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too. Their names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano. I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was.
Oh, thank you for the sub to Lily. Lily's been so sweet. She's been such a fantastic person. She's been a rock for all of us through all of this. You know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bandit. Thank you for the subs. I guess I'll try and go through. Thank you, Bandit, for. I'm sorry. I am like so low energy and like not all here. I could not sleep last night. But thank you so much, Bandit. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the subbies. Enjoy your cute emotes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jojo and Ty Bros and Scruffington. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Holy crap.
I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 a.m. EST, which led to me firing him at 4:24 a.m. EST. Screenshots in red section. Documents and statements posted by others throughout April 26th and 27th were pre-planned alongside Nano's vows and Sacramores, so I won't list them here. April 27th, 2025. I posted my apology at 4:16 EST. Screenshot my apology section. Val replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m. EST. Screenshots in Nano's and Val sections. So Lily replied directly to my apology at 6:41 EST. At 6:41 p.m. EST. Screenshot Shy Lily section. Val streamed that night to talk about everything.
I got the Viro boneless couch because I needed a new couch and I didn't want to pay a few $1,000s, and I was curious to see if it's
So many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will.
April 28th, 2025. Buff Pup had her stream. Shy Lily had her stream. We had her.
So, just to give context of
No clue of why people think wanting money means.
That's just from what I saw.
Just so kind to everybody.
So I saw that one too. Everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Nano's new manager. And Nano's quote, new messenger. Speculation. First thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's quote, new manager, unquote, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano section. Who is Akira? How did they get involved? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager. So how are they connected, and how did they get in contact with Red? Akira is the game director of Kernel Hearts and founder of the game studio Ephemera Games in Argentina. Akira follows Nanoless, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanoless. Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. Mio, Nano's husband, who's always acted as her manager, is present on Nano's profile. However, Momotex follows Akira, as the screenshot above shows. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game Kernel Hearts and is also from Argentina. You see reveal? Our lead artist Momotex is here to unveil two of the characters that will aid you in your journey, Nicolage and Fang. Momo is close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on May 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on April 27th, 2025, and a week after Nana posted her document. Momotex. I'm with my wife at Nano. I love her with me. Don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. In November 2023, it was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about, and not something Red has said to her. Nano was, so it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. In January 2025, Nano went to her friends for advice about exclusivity and talking business with Red. So asked help from my friends. They don't know it's even her. In a conversation from November 28th, 2024, that wasn't shown in Nano section. Nano was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on for my upcoming debut to her friend. My friend did this. Red, are you leaking all over the damn place? Oh my goodness, Nanoless. After speaking to Shylily about Red, Nano had gone to her friend, Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red. Akira was someone Red and I didn't know, and now we know Red's conversations with him wasn't genuine, evident by what happened after, but also the fact Nano removed evidence for her being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader. For leaving the Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager, Akira, in this chat, supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along, and that she was never a part of it, because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. So why was this done, and why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shylily? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after April 12th, 2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through in this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shylily told Nano that the things Red said about her were lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shylily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano then needed to find someone, either Red or I need to separate us, since she couldn't do it herself. The same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, and Shylily had to do it for her. Nano's message screenshots, time zones and context, speculation. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of the screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST, some 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have to have been physically logged into 2 different time zones, taking them sometime between April 12th, 2025 and April 26th, 2025. Nano would have had no reason to have these screenshots from conversations years apart, years earlier, taken before Red spoke to her on April 12th, 2025, and must have had at least some taken during the same time as her conversation with Shylily just days later to show her. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped 8:29 p.m. Nano. Of course. I wanted to understand it better. Specifically, if I cancel her for the second time, Red. While with Blank, she's given a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder, and you can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone 3D lately. Val's been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago, and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really does rub us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, since he's already taken our editor. I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MB editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MP, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. Like, a model art is the most important thing. That's a VTuber's entire image. This is Nano's message in Red's DMs, shown as 6 p.m. in EST. Nano's screenshots is 2 hours ahead of EST. This is one of the screenshots about Shylily in Nano's document. The first message shows, what was it, 10:16 p.m. Red. Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model? Like outfits or merch or anything? Nano. Just the model so far. Red. Okay. Her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately and we don't know something's going on. Nano. Oh? That's weird. Red. Ever since after V-Card launched. Nano. What you consider weird. Red. Lately, dipping out of collabs, they were both part of at the last minute and now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raided her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Red. Just like weird petty stuff. I don't know. That's super weird since they both share the same store. Lol. Red. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking and collabing, and I don't know what happened, but her asking for a model after that was weird. It was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. Here's the message in Red's DMs showing 9:16 p.m. EST. And a screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. If Nano was the one who took all of her screenshots herself in the same 2-week span, from April 12th, 2025 to April 26th, 2025, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. It shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking these screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in her document. There's a list of the dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document and the time difference to EST. I've also listed which conversations were shown in full and which are missing context in her document. May 10th, 2023, 1 hour ahead. Spite. Does not show the full conversation or everything that was said about Spite. July 19th, 2023, 1 hour ahead. Silvervale. Does not show the full conversation or anything from the previous conversation about Silvervale from May 10th, 2023. November 19th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business. Does not show the full conversation and never showed the pivotal conversation that happened before this on November 17th, 2023. November 25th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business. Does not show the full conversation and is also missing the context from November 17th, 2023. November 26th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business. Nano's DMs with me. Does show the full conversation, but missing the context of anything from November 17th, 2023, and was presented before any of the DMs from November 25th, 2023, with Red in Nano's document. August 5th, 2024, 1 hour ahead. Wow. Does not show the full conversation and doesn't show any of the vital context from the conversation on July 26th, 2024. It also doesn't show any of the following DMs on August 6th, 2024, what the situation led up to on September 29th, 2024. January 15th, 2025, 2 hours ahead, the exclusivity deal. It does not show the full conversation, and what's shown is manipulated to hide Nano's guilt and acceptance of the deal with Red. February 11th, 2025, 2 hours ahead. Canceling the exclusivity deal, Nano's DMs with me. Does not show the full conversation. It does not show Nano's messages to Red canceling the deal from February 10th, 2025. April 12th, 2025. 1 hour ahead, Guy Lily. Does show the full does show the full, relevant parts of the conversation. Nano said nothing incriminating, and everything Red said was claimed as false when it wasn't. The full context of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt and Red's innocence. Breaking down Nano's document. Nano's story in her document was the basis for 255. Bring it on. Nano's story in her document was the basis for any information from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else would anyone come out publicly and use Nano's messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece. Nano's document for reference, terminating my work with Cinder. Posted on April 26, 2025 at 1:42 a.m. EST. Introduction. Notes. I want to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. I no longer wish to work with Cinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggled a lot with writing this document. I wasn't sure what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout, but I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. I want to share my experience with Red and Cinder manipulating me. Nano wasn't manipulated to do anything that she didn't want to, at any point in any conversation with Red or I. Treating Nano well over the years we've worked with her is not manipulation. Treating Nano well over the years we've worked with her is not manipulation. Red gossiping his friend Nano about drama and his feelings towards other people without asking for anything in return is not manipulation. Red expressing his opinion without asking her to make any changes in her work is not manipulation. Both of us sympathizing with her point of view on different occasions is not manipulation. Red reassuring Nano about her wanting to cancel models, no matter whose it was, is not manipulation. Red telling Nano about what he had against Bao after she asked him to explain it to her is not manipulation. Red and Nano negotiating a mutually agreed upon deal is not manipulation. Quote, using me, end quote. Nano was never, quote, used, end quote. She was a cherished work partner and a friend to both me and Red. We both did everything we could for her, and I've praised her countless times on stream and to friends. Quote, dragging me into drama, end quote. Nano never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama. She had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January or about Shanguli in April. Nano, don't worry, I love gossips. Nano, what's up? Kind of like the gossip. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with drama related to her was Silvervale, because of her own relationship with her. Nano, I'll slap you about Silver stuff. Red, it's whatever, I guess. Nano, forget about her, I swear. Red, is this about Silver's model, Nano? Nano, yeah? Nano, Cinder just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about that with Red. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver is still a client. It makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. Just want to let you know, I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Silver. I just love my clients, that's all. Quote, while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. The only person Red had a hand in, quote, sabotaging, end quote, was Bao, when Nano offered to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model rigging. He didn't go into the conversation with Nano looking to have anything canceled with Nano. He wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own opinions. As part of an exclusivity deal, he told Nano he told Nano never mind when finding about her model before Nano said it was okay and inquired further before she offered to cancel it. Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about. Not Spite, Silver, Bao, or Shy Lily. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own experience, his own opinions, experiences, observations, and what he genuinely believed to be true. The way you'd talk to a friend, the same way my friends said how they thought Red and I worked together at home, and about they were led to believe happened. He did not maliciously lie about anyone to sabotage them. Quote, I want to share what I've endured over the years. Quote, you've seen what Nano had to, quote, endure, unquote, over the years in her section of this document. Quote, I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout, end quote. This is the only time burnout is mentioned in Nano's document, even though that was the entire reason, quote, her manager, end quote, Akira told Red she wanted to stop working together about a week earlier if Nano genuinely felt this way. And she showed no signs of it to either of us, including in her last messages to us. Nano, we're thinking we do a big update to the demon model next, plus a new outfit on it. Nano, big update? Red, like we did the 2.5 update to the model, to the 2.0 model, with the new boobs in Charlie. So we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't you want to redo the demon before we started the angel? Lol. Nano, I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Red, well, we want to just update the normal demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead of 2.0 like the rest of them, but it's still being worked on. Red, Nano, we just got an update. Nano, I love it so much. The last time she implied feeling burnt out was even 7 months earlier, in September 2024. She canceled 7 models herself. Nano, I'm freaking out with my comms, and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. The one and only time Nano specifically said she was feeling burnt out to Red was in May of 2024, almost an entire year earlier. Nano never expressed to me directly that she ever felt this way. Nano, I'm having a small burnt out feeling. Quote, I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. End quote. This is an interesting thing to say after knowing the full context of Nano's DMs with Red, and as you'll see how many lies are present in this document to manipulate the narrative to the public, and the fact my friends were lied to, manipulated to support her. No. Based on working with Redacted, Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, that I am sure they speak for each other, and that there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. This was an assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me. And we all know what happens when you assume. It makes an ass out of you and me. There was no way Nano or anyone else could definitively say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue this case was of 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other, where I told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout it to push this assumption necessary to the narrative as fact. English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to lack of English skills. As an excuse as to why this document is not written like Nano would, evidence that she did not write or put it together herself. Below you'll see that what's presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao, not by talking about herself or the alleged abuse she experienced. But what happened first chronologically, Nano's on record as saying she doesn't care about Bao, so it's puzzling why she chose to do this herself. It's fine. I'm working on the model meanwhile. So it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver. She's still a friend to me, and it hurts on me. It hurts on me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. Understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. And before breaking down the section about Bao, I also need to point out the problem with the presentation of her model cancellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was cancelled once in August 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed with her workload, and again in January 2025 due to her offering and agreeing to do it in her deal with Red. Nano's document misleads you into believing all of Red's messages about Bao and her model are from one time, never specifying a difference in the presentation of messages that were over 5 months apart, replacing the DMs from January 25th, 2025, right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. Slandering other creators. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors and manipulating me. That's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation immediately, followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulating any future decisions regarding commissions. Quote, spreading rumors while manipulating me, that it's all in our best interest. Pardon me. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be, quote, all in our best interest. End quote. Red has never said anything like this to Nano. Quote, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Red did not make this claim against Bao and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is screenshots below show in her document. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now. Sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. This couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor, not only because she specified she was talking about our editor, what was written, but because Red's DMs specify our editor and her editor as different people in the same conversation, that's shown next. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago. Her editor met us at TwitchCon. This claim was only made to push the false narrative that we were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in her document. Quote, the screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. End quote. Here is a direct claim of manipulation by Nano. Screenshotted evidence. However, when you have the full context, you can see the quote affection and appreciation end quote Red showed was in response to Nano's on messages that were purposely cut from the document. Why weren't these messages shown? Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MV. For 99% sure, we told him not to do any more with us, but like model art is important, is the most important thing. That's a VTuber's entire image. Again, this is all secret. And talk, la 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 la. Nano. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, don't worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Red. We love working with you, Nano. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but let me tell you the tea. Next are 3 screenshots from January 2025, presented in her document. As you saw in Nano's section, this was not the beginning of her conversation with Nano about their exclusivity deal. This is where it was chosen to start. The messages have been purposely manipulated to remove context, so I've added back what was missing in the messages. 2 of these images highlighted with a white border. Okay. So I've added back what was missing in the messages between these images, highlighted with a white border. So I've done so for the rest of her document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in EST, like they're dated in red screenshots. To show when each one happened, the chronology of events is disregarded in her document to push its narrative. I've also labeled the difference in time screenshots compared to EST due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about. Note, the first image shown in Nano's document has Red's message about Cotton edited out of it. Nano, having no relationship with Cotton, would have no reason to do this herself. This message was included in the screenshot in Bao's document. Nano said, quote, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Quote. Red. Well, with Silver, she's given a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. Plus, she's gone 3D lately. Cotton hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Bao's been getting on her nerves for a while. She hijacked her YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. Screenshots from January 15th, 2025 at 6:25 p.m., 6:54 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Nano. Oh yeah, I have Bao on my list. Red. Well, and I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano. You don't need to make any changes. Nano, are you sure? I'm not really down working with people who Cinder don't want to. Red. Yeah, but wouldn't this be either second time or canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Yeah, so as you can see right here, not only is it 2 hours ahead, the whole Cotton thing is edited out. Again, this is... Let's now this can leave our chat. Of course. Yeah, this is the document. Of course, I want to understand better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. Well, Red will... Well, with Blank, she's given a lot of bias. Priority at GS, sometimes it's over Cinder. We can't really confront them about it. Plus, she's got 3D lately. Bao's been getting on her nerves for a while. She hijacked her YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better being friends. We've gotten to know her better being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with things she does. We want to try and safeguard our most important artist from her, since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now. Sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like the model is the most, model art is the most important thing. That's the VTuber's entire image. Again, there's all secret talk, la 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 la. And I'd rather work with Cinder and Bao than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Right. Well, we love working with you, Nano. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but let me tell you the tea. About the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze in the Boss Rush MV between his work with Bao. He says he loved working on it and is super excited to work on the next MV project. Boss Rush's song blows up and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project. All of a sudden, he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward. No explanation. Yeah. Red. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scenes, but basically we don't have an MV editor for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friends without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original songs last year. That she locked him up so no one else could work with him. Then had to make public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward, like a literal announcement tweet. Nano. Oh shit? Red. Yeah. Nano. Okay, that's super weird. Red. Link to second most tweet. Quote, anonymously in-house. Quote, as in, quote, will never be credited publicly so no one knows who does this work for Bao. Quote, Nano. Oh, it's literally it, lol. Red. This literally reads like a hostage note. Well, I asked you to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after Boss Rush came out. Nano. Yeah, it's just pretty weird, lol. Red. Now she's been barking up the tree of one of our L2D animators, so like, and you, and a nano model. You know. Yeah, looking for me sounds sus. For sure. Red. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. Red. Oh! Nano. Oh! Red. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. You know, we can do a deal! Red. Huh? You know, I'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever. What is presented next is a screenshot from over 5 months prior, in August of 2024, when Bao's model was cancelled for the first time. Screenshot in this image is from August 5th, 2024, at 3:13 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Reddit asked me to cancel one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work in progress, manipulating me into thinking it was okay, since, quote, she has many connections, end quote, and she'll be fine. Anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. it was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Red, did you cancel models? Nano, I did not. Red, Nano arc delayed to 2026. Nano, I'm too scared to cancel with Bao. Red, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections, she'll find someone super fast. You already designed her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Quote, Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel or commit progress. Nano's document never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model because it didn't happen. Bao's model was cancelled. He did not ask her to do it. Not in August 2024 or in January 2025. In the instance last year, where it's shown above in Nano's document, she was the one to bring up. She was the one to bring up and consider canceling models. Canceling Bao's model. All Red did was reassure her in 2024 that it was okay to do so, since that is what she implied she wanted, and ended up going through with it herself. Nano, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Plus, about a week before it was canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. Couldn't have been. How could it have been canceled mid-progress? Didn't start Bao yet. Didn't start Bao yet. Even though Nano's document only presents Bao's model being cancelled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was cancelled mid-progress in January 2025. Well, in January, Nano told Red Bao's model was, quote, on her list, as in on her commission list, and not mid-progress. I do not believe Nano cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Nano, oh yeah, I have Bao on my list. Red did not ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it in their deal, but that wasn't shown or mentioned in Nano's document at all. The document could only show Bao's model being cancelled in August because it couldn't show anything about it in January, without implicating Nano herself. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly and willingly offered and agreed to a deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel the model again because of the fact it was not mid-progress. Red, well, then I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano. You don't need to make any changes. Nano, very sure I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder don't want to. Red, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Listen, none of this can leave our chat. Of course. I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time, lol. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. We can do a deal. Red, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. I'll have a model rigging with Blank again, so paying for me and I discount from next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. End quote. The document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano, quote, specifically to check on her canceling the model she had planned with Bao, end quote, because it doesn't exist. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in canceling they previously discussed, to which she replied, quote, not yet. Nano, dude, I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't already feel so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? I'm thinking about it. Yep. Got Blank too, which I'm considering. Cancel too. Red. Do you know if you're able to start the Heaven Hound out earlier or not? Also, just wondering if you decide to cancel any other model projects. Yeah, I checked with the other clients and can't delay them. Didn't cancel anything yet. And I can imagine how quote, upsetting this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up canceling Bao's model in the first place in August, even telling her that she didn't think she could finish her model, and in January was the one who offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model's rigging. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, don't worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. We can do a deal. Red, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever. And I'll have a model rigging with Blank again, so paying for me, and I discount for next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. I don't really care about Bao. Oh, or Cotton. More of, I don't really care about Bao. Exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. In the messages below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder, and if anyone asked me for commission, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, yet their quote, solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. Quote, they never mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. End quote. Neither Red or I had a problem with paying Nano for model exclusivity, shown their video editor, artist number 1, and artist number 2. Will be shown in Silvervale's section. To our video editor. Red. So we lost Blank, and now we need shorts. And even with Blank helping out, there's the problem with consistency. So anyways, we'd like to offer you Blank a month to be our exclusive editor. Pick up those extra shorts, maybe do more clips and the occasional midweek videos, which you've already been doing. To artist number 1. Red. Okay, thoughts on the thing. We aren't against the idea of paying you month to month to have you as a permanent team member. Cinder and I both agree that some kind of exclusivity / non-compete agreement would be important to do, too. To artist number 2, Red. Wanted to also ask if you'd be open to us paying you extra for more of your time for more projects, narrowing down your client list. Nano said she'd want a monthly fee, and Red explained to her what we're looking for, which led to him talking about the 3 people he didn't want her to work with. Okay, so asked help from my friends. They don't know it's you, don't worry. So a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings. Also, how long would this be, and if this counts for models I already worked on? Red. Well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you to not take on any brand new model clients, and to not make any new models / outfits with Silvervale again. You would still be able to work on models / outfits with all of your other existing babies. Afterwards, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her model rigging. That an exclusivity deal, quote, about new babies, end quote, would be separate from the deal they eventually came to. Yup. About new babies, that would be another deal. They made a mutual agreement without general model exclusivity and payment being involved. Why wasn't this shown in Nano's document? Nano. Then we have a deal. Red. Okay, just to make sure, no work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver, or Blank. Continue giving you model works. Continue giving you model work for and various art columns. We paid for Blank rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. You're sent a free demon figure. Yes. Quote, rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. And if anyone asked me for commissions, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. So very strange. End quote. I told Nano that if Silvervale asked her for art, we'd replace that work with our own art project He did not specify a model work or say anything about, quote, Cinder only. Quote, it must not have, quote, felt very strange, end quote, to Nano at the time, because she said herself, quote, it do be fair, end quote, and accepted the deal willingly, doing this to Silvervale for her own gain. Nano, is there any way to add a little bit more since Silver still asks for art every now and then? Red, you could do it like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it. Nano, it do be fair, but... Okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Red, I will ask about it right now if you want one. Nano, yay, deal. This was only in regards to Silver, like Red said directed above. Never once did he suggest this apply to anyone else who would ask for a commission like Nano's document just claimed. You'd still be able to work on models/outfits as all of your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. One of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, end quote. As you saw, this was never an accusation Red had made about Bao, and this was the closest thing he said. Earlier in the document, it said this baseless claim about overworking our editor would be important later on, so it could support other baseless claims presented here. Now, I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate any time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Quote, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects, end quote. This is everything we commissioned Nano for in the past year. Nano willingly and excitedly accepted it and made time for everything listed here. Besides the increase in gamer subs, work, our project cadence with her has always been consistent. We've always had Nano make my models and outfits with a new starting screen for each of my debuts. We went to her for any new major artwork for gamer subs projects because of how important she was to my brand image and how important they were to her. With the exception of V-Card artworks, specifically because they would have overloaded her schedule. She could have always turned us down if she wanted to, and if she couldn't take artwork at the time. We would have either found another artist or pushed our plans back for her like we always have. March 2024, Gamer Subs Waifu Cup art. April 2024, 2.0 model Pyro Pup edition. May 2024, unreleased Gamer Subs art. June 2024, bikini model outfit. August 2024, Heaven Hound model. October 2024, unreleased Gamer Subs art. November 2024, Heaven Hound starting screen art. December 2024, unreleased Gamer Subs art. January 2025, Gamer Subs AFK label art. February 2025, Sleepy model. February 2025, Sleepy model. March 2025, Sleepy starting screen art. The argument that we were, quote, for working her, end quote, to purposefully keep her from other projects is objectively false. The only project she was kept from, end quote, was when she offered to cancel Bao's model and made a deal with Red in January. In any potential Silvervale projects she would have been quote, kept from. She never was. It's because she went back on her agreement, and a week after her model's rigging was paid for, and as soon as Silver asked for her artwork, Silver didn't lose out on working with Nano. Last time she implied feeling overworked was 7 months earlier in September 2024, when she canceled 7 models herself, and she had no problem doing so when she just wanted to lighten her workload. She could have done the same to us, but she never did. She, quote, just wanted to do Cinder stuff, quote. I'm freaking out with my comms. I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. You don't say what I gotta do. I'm a free woman. Okay, I'm free. I cancel so many stuff. Yep. No regrets, honestly. Nano's document goes from, quote, they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, quote, which was untrue, Nano said a new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and payment wasn't included in the deal they made. To quote, but rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. Well, end quote. By terms of the agreement she agreed to, she turned down a commission for Silvervale. We'd replace any income with a project of our own that she'd otherwise lose by doing so. To quote, yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. Quote, the solution was a deal Red and Nano agreed to, but wasn't shown in her document. How could we have been quote, overworking, end quote, Nano by replacing Silvervale's projects she would have otherwise accepted anyway? Does that mean when Silver asked her for artwork and Nano walked back on the deal, Silver was then overworking her? Or only if she turned Silver down and we gave her a replacement project, then that would be us overworking her. This conclusion doesn't make sense, and is a blatant lie about what happened, strung together to make it sound like we were abusing Nano when we weren't. The messages below show that their primary concern is that the more non-Cinder models I make, the less, quote, valuable, end quote, my existing models become. It's hard to say how much this best is my mind as an artist by working with other people, while I'm somehow making my existing models less special. Following screenshots is of them setting up the blacklist, saying I am not allowed to work with any new clients, create any new outfits for VTuber 1, specifically in justifying those things by saying that with each model my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow become less special, screenshot below. The idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. But realizing by taking a deal with them would really mean both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. Quote, primary concern is that the more non-Cinder models I make, the less valuable my existing models become. That by working with people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special, end quote. I'm just going to quote part of what Red said in the section of this whole reasoning can be found there. Quote, to Red, it was a matter of supply and demand. Just like a rare trading card, the more models Nano made, and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all of incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less special. Be, quote, less special, end quote, or valuable. If there were 100 of them, rather than only 10 from the VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. Your design, your model, and its art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they are represented and recognized. The fewer VTubers with their models' art style, the more unique it is to have them. They stand out more, and it becomes a more personal defining feature of that VTuber representing that artist. We all know of at least one VTuber who has the only model from a certain artist or one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artist makes, the easier it is to get one, will inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTubers' visual identities who have those models. End quote. Quote, following screenshots is one of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for Silvervale specifically, justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special, end quote. Following screenshot is of Red stating the terms to start negotiating an exclusivity deal, specifying that her existing model clients and her artwork commissions would be unaffected. How Red how Red justified the terms. He started with "doesn't matter." Nano didn't have to agree with him. They never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end of their conversation. Red: well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you to not take on any brand new model clients and to not make any new models/outfits with Silver Veil again. Still be able to work on models/outfits with all of your other existing babies, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. Red: one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. And a second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up is that there's been a lot of bias with one of our partners. There's been a lot of bias with one of our partners with certain creators. And we'd rather these creators not have what makes them unique, which is your artwork. Quote: the idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. Quote: Red's model ideology should have never been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what he was talking about. He never forced Nano to agree with him, and both of us could see and understand both sides of the argument, which is why it wasn't brought up since 2023, until he went to Nano exclusivity. Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it and was still willing. Red said it and was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her from working with other people. Quote: after realizing that taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. End quote. The way this is written makes it seem like Nano never agreed to a deal with Red, when she actually did. But it's purposely never shown in her document. Nano said the deal was fair and gladly accepted it, but it's specifically cut off in screenshots from her document. Red asked her to confirm the details of their agreement, and she said she only backed out a month later after she had already gotten what she wanted because Silver approached her commission and she couldn't turn her down. Her messages canceling the deal to Red were, again, never shown. Her workload wasn't shown. Her workload wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after canceling Belle's model, which was presented as only happening once in her document. Red: you could do like when Silver asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. Like, so you still get a job from it. Nano: it do be fair, but okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Red: I will ask about it right now if you want one. Nano: yay, deal! Then we have a deal. Red: okay, just to make sure. No work at all with Bao, Cotton Silver for blank. Continue giving you model work, various art comms. We pay for blank rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. Here, send us a free demon figure. Nano: yes. Nano: so it's about the exclusivity thing. I think I can do this to Silver's, because she's still a friend to me, and it hurts on me to do so. Pardon me. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. Well, I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Screenshot from January 15th, 2025 at 4:48 p.m. to 6:12 p.m. EST. Shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Red: I mean, like, if we want to have some kind of model exclusivity, what would you need to make that sustainable for you? Nano: maybe you can share one of your ideas and I can check what I think. Okay, so I got some ideas for this. Red: I was driving. What are you thinking? Red: so asked for my friends. They don't know it's you, don't worry. So a monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings, and also how long would this be, and if this counts for models I already worked on. Red: well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you to not take on any brand new models, any model clients, and to not make any model/outfits with blank again. You'd still be able to work on model/outfits with all your other existing babies, and your artwork columns would be affected. One of our concerns that more nano babies means that nano models don't have the same value anymore. Second is that there's a few people that we would just rather not be able to have a model from. You, maybe not any new babies at all. The reason why I brought this up at all is that there's been a lot of bias with another one of our partners, certain creators, and we'd rather those creators not have what makes them unique, such as your art. It's just drama. And the screenshots jump to another conversation an hour later, cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts it to make the argument. She never agreed to a deal with Red. She never agreed to deal with Red. Screenshot from January 15th, 2025 at 7 o'clock p.m. to 7:05 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Red, what about we can pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment? And we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think, for this year right now, but you don't work with blank or blank at all again. In models or art, I don't think you've ever done anything with blank or blank before. You also have another DS label for you too, the AFK. Nano. Is there any way to add a little bit more since blank still asks for art every now and then? Red. We could do like when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then tell us to buy another art piece. So you still get a job from it. Nano. Be fair. But, okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Right. Well, I'll ask about it right now if you want one. Nano. Yay, deal! Here. I'll be right back. Let's go to that bathroom real quick. But don't worry, I won't leave y'all in the cold, dark, silent void. Give me a second.
I know I should have announced myself. Fuck it, we'll just go with the good old. Let's go with the good old.
Alright, we're back. So, where were we? Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people who will do me no good in the long run to get me to reconsider working with them. They also continuously kept asking about Shy clients' plans, which for them, quote, made the antenna go up, end quote, and immediately went into slandering Lily. They consistently tried to reassure me that despite their best efforts, they just happened to keep trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Cinder is them trying to look out for me. Quote, another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I'm setting myself up with problematic people to get me to reconsider working with them, end quote. That's not at all what happened, or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. At no point did he say anything about reconsidering work with Shy Lily or to cancel plans. Red told Nano what I'd been experiencing with Shy Lily because he thought that her working with Nano on a model could be correlated, and he's always gossiped with her as a friend. They also continuously he kept asking me about my other client's plans, end quote, which had been done for well over 2 years between Red and Nano, with her willingly sharing them even about Shy Lily, which is what this is in reference to. For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her and was contradictory to years of her own behavior. Quote, and immediately went into slandering Lily. Quote, Red did not slander Shy Lily. The things Red told Nano were true. To what I was actually experiencing with her. Quote, keep trying to bring drama in as reasons for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Cinder is them trying to look out for me, end quote. The deal Red and Nano had was made 3 months earlier and ended 2 months before this conversation. It only involved 3 people. Nano and Red never talked about never talked about exclusivity beyond what happened there. And Nano never said it was off the table. Red wouldn't have had to convince her to go exclusive, somehow using drama to do that. It was a matter of making another deal, like Nano said. She was the first one to bring up the possibility of exclusivity. Nano. Exclusivity? In their conversation about Shy Lily, about exclusivity working only with me, that this drama was any kind of reason for her to do so. Red ever saying he was looking out for her. This claim misleads you again to believe that Nano never agreed to deal with Red to begin with, when she actually did. These screenshots were from April of 2025. Screenshots from April 12th, 2025, at 9:16 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red. Hey Nano, do you have any more plans with Lily besides just the model? Like outfits or merch or anything? Nano. Oh, just the model so far. Red. Okay, her asking you for a model recently just made the antenna go up. She's been acting weird towards Cinder lately, and we don't know if something's going on. Nano. Oh, that's weird. Red. Ever since after V-Card launched. Nano. But what do you consider weird? Red. Lately dipping out of collabs they were both a part of the last minute. Now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raided her a couple of times in the past week. Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Nano. Red. Just like weird petty stuff. I don't know. Nano. It's super weird since they both share the same store, lol. Red. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking and collabing, and I don't know what happened, but her asking you for a model after that was just weird. Even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon. Although Blank was kind of mean to her about using an L2D item one time. Nano. Red. I don't know, I hate that we keep bringing you into drama. Nano. Yeah, I thought it was quite early and to go for a new model. Blank looked a bit menacing, so I don't talk to her. Red. Well, if it feels like fuck. Red. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model, Mama. The idea that they need to, quote, stay informed and, quote, gauge the competition, end quote, is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. The, quote, competition, end quote, they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always supported and platformed Cinder. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they, quote, initiated it by trying to work with me, and that somehow justified their actions. They implied Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip. Quote, the idea that they need to, quote, stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. Unquote. Sharing her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with her. For her to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shy Lily, 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after canceling her deal with Red because of it. Red. Nano, can I ask what you're working on for Silver? If it's blank? Nano, it's a blank. Red. Gotcha. And Red never used the phrase, quote, gauge the competition, unquote, like is quoted in Nano's document. These are the closest things he said. Red. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model, Mama. Gotta stay competitive, even when we shouldn't have to. Quote, competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends who always helped and supported and platformed Cinder, unquote. The, quote, competition, unquote, referred to in the messages shown was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shy Lily as competition with how she was treating me at the time of this conversation. I did not want to start to veer this way and only wanted to fix what was going on, evident in my message to her on April 21st, 2025. Cinder. Hey Lily. Fuck. Hey Lily, is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. Quote, not somehow justified their actions, unquote. What actions? What action did Red take against Shy Lily in his messages to Nano besides asking Nano questions and daring to tell her what Shy Lily was doing towards me? Quote, they imply Lily ignored Cinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in this clip, end quote. Red said Shy Lily wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Red clearly says in his message to Nano that I raided Shy Lily, quote, a couple times, end quote. But Nano's document only addressed one of them. Red. Lately dipping out of collabs, and they were both a part of the last minute, now ghosting her messages. Cinder's raided her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Nano included an exact timestamps linked to one of those 2 times I raided Shy Lily that Red told her about in Shy Lily's defense. Here's the link to that raid from March 30th, 2025. At 6 hours, 52 minutes, 52 seconds.
When your dog hears the call of the wild, have the right fuel to answer. Blue Wilderness Chicken, with 30% more protein than Purina Pro Plan chicken, is formulated to give your dog the energy they need to take on the wild with you. Blue Wilderness, stay wild.
Die! Oh, hello? Ignore what you just saw! Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, Raiders! Hello! I am playing, Berserker. It's called The Last Berserker Kazan. We were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I just kept playing for like a million more hours. Hello, everyone! Hello! The Pyropop raid! Hello, Pyropops! What did you guys do? I am low-key addicted. I usually... Okay, so most people know me for my gacha addiction, but I really like Souls-like games and similar mechanically challenged games. This game feels like a really cool... Oh, Cobblemon. Oh, shit. I want to play Cobblemon, too. That's sick. What does raiding mean? Okay, so usually... Have you been on Twitch for a while? It used to be hosting. Well, it isn't really hosting. Like, raiding is basically throwing someone's community into someone else's chat. You know? It used to be the host feature back in the days, except when hosting, you kind of...
Lily greeted the Shy Lily with raiders and didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were able to watch for another 5 minutes after she basically moved on with her stream, you'd see that she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why could she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. However, this wasn't linked in Nano's document. What wasn't linked in Nano's document was the second, more recent raid Red told Nano about from April 11th, 2025. A day before he spoke to her about how Shy Lily was acting. 5 hours, 49 minutes, 28 seconds.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, because, like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But, you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyropoppers! Hi! How you doing? We're playing some Honkai Star Rail. We had a sponsor earlier. Oh, we do. No, we don't have a sponsor anymore. It's been like an hour since. I'm catching up in Honkai. It's really cool. I got the dragon lady. Hello, Pyropoppers.
Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but it didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple of weeks. Coupled with removing herself from collabs I was part of and ghosting my messages. The same day as this raid, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He thought it could be connected to how she was acting towards me. In the past, Silverveil, who Red and I knew, had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her, continually ghosted my messages, and got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. These specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had something wrong with me for some reason. Red. So Cinder's raided Silver multiple times, and she's the only one that Silver won't say her name. I will talk about my raids to Shy Lily again when I go over the things she said herself. Screenshots from April 12th, 2025 at 9:29 p.m. at 10:02 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red. Real. Is it just Cinder and Blank you've been doing continuous model outfits for? We'll have the Demon update list plus final arcade reference for you soon. As soon as it's finished. I think it is. I have an outfit for Blank planned too, and as for Blank, got nothing for now. But she always comes up with something, Red. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? Nano. Gonna be blank. Red. Thanks, Nano. Sorry for all the questions. Just gotta stay informed. Especially when it comes to our top artist. Never a break. Nano. Don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. Red. We're gonna go bald now. I'll keep you in the loop about anything else going on with that. Nano. The balding? Red. No, you fool! Just stupid drama. Gotta stay competitive, even when we shouldn't have to. Also, your PFP looks like a guy with a mustache. Don't go too far on the competitive. Don't go too far in the competitiveness. It can get bad. Gotta chill sometimes. Red. Hey, it's not us. No. Red. We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist, the other GS owner out of the blue and ghosting them and refusing to acknowledge them. Well, I wanted to push back and make it clear I was uncomfortable on being dragged into drama. And they responded by bringing up more drama and baseless claims, all while trying to guilt trip me. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to, on multiple occasions, mention other people's alleged drama. The drama Nano's talking about in the next section is specifically in regards to Silvervale after she canceled the exclusivity deal. The only time Nano had ever said she didn't want to be involved in drama was around Silvervale. She never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama and had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January or about Shy Lily in April. Don't worry, I love gossips. May know what's up? Kinda like to gossip. The quote, baseless claims, unquote, being referred to here was me telling Nano when people were still comparing us this day, which was true and had affected me for years. Cinder. I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today. And it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow, which is one reason why Red asked about, not making any more models for her. I don't really see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Silver. You're so much bigger. You've already done so much more. Cinder. It's not me, but other people's opinions of us. I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. I agree that I was guilt-tripping Nano with this message. I was upset that she went back on this deal because it was a last resort. That could have ended one of the biggest direct comparisons people drew about me and Silver. When she eventually got a new model from someone else, the outcome of this conversation and Nano's decision didn't change because of it, and we reached a mutual understanding. When you said, Ed, I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore. Which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano. And it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. These screenshots below were 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily in February of 2025, when she told me about her canceling her agreement with Red. Screenshots from February 11th, 2025 at 5:18 p.m. to 9:13 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Nano. Cinder, just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about that with Red. I just don't want to be dragged. On any personal issues like that. After all, Blank is still a client, and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental to do this kind of deal. Just want to let you know I still love working with you and Red, but I'll understand if things doesn't work out because of Blank. Just love my clients, that's all. Cinder. I get it, Nano, and it was unfair to push this on you. It's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get compared to her a lot, even still today, and it's like I'm always living in someone's shadow. Just one reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, and I understand if things don't work out, it makes me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore. Which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano. It's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. Nano, I don't see the point of keeping thinking about being compared to Blank. You're so much bigger already. You've done so much more, but I would never give Blank any priority over you. Also, they're not even They're not even any model for her being discussed. I just want to sleep clear-minded. Also, I'm fine not doing her models, but at least GamerSup's art stuff would be fine with me. I don't want to be 100% an asshole to her. That's all. Cinder, it's not me, but other people's opinions of us, and I'm just trying to not get involved in any drama that other people want to talk about comparing us. But I understand where you're coming from, Nano. There's no hard feelings. Nano, sorry about this. My mental's just a bit weak. Cinder, same girl. Nano, I'm so sorry for bringing this to you. Cinder, I want you to get that money. The whole situation is just kind of sucky. I just want to I want to just get along. Yeah, I understand things don't work out. About this, it would be mostly if you hate me for not burning blank down from my list. Cinder, I would never hate you. Nano, thank you and same. I'm just an insecure bitch. Cinder, I love everything we've done together, and I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. Nano, they can suck on mine. Cinder, you the best. Thank you for powering through my recent comms. I hope your power doesn't stay out for too long. Nano, thank you. Happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing just with Red makes me a bit anxious. Cinder, I'm sorry you felt pressured about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. Nano, I understand. And actually, I can just imagine how busy you are, so I don't bother much. Cinder, I will always have time to yap with you. Nano, you the best. Cinder, it's nice to talk more, if you ever need anything. Nano. Oh, same for you. Messages canceling the deal with Red the day before she messaged me about were never shown in her document. Nano, Red. Hi, Nano. I'm waiting to hear from GS about the label before having you do more to it. What's up? Nano, it's fine. I'm working on the model. Meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me, and it hurts on me to do so. I don't really care about Bao Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, yeah, I thought I had the guts. Justifying their behavior by stating they are simply looking out for me, and none of this has anything to do with me to begin with, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning. Yeah, well, thanks. To being grateful for earning well thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Justifying their behavior, quote, justifying their behavior by stating they are simply looking out for me. Quote, once again, where's the message where either of us state that, quote, quote, that we are simply looking out for Nano, end quote. I justified my behavior with how I felt towards Silvervale because of the actions her and her community towards me. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it and didn't hold it against her. You need to agree to the terms of the exclusivity deal if you didn't agree with Silvervale being included, but she did. Quote, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them despite the loss of work, long-time returning clients and new clients. End quote. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale or any other clients due to mine or Red's actions. The reason why she ultimately went back on the deal she agreed to was because Silver approached her about the commission and Nano couldn't turn it down. Concerning my work and models as a team, another example of going after other clients of mine for claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special with the reassurance with the recurrence of it's just business, manipulating me to believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons. I risk losing that special client, something as a client if I prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work solely focused on their issues. Quote, another example of going after other clients mine from before, claiming that having more clients along it side that makes my work less special with the recurrence of it's just business. The recurrence of it's just business, end quote. Neither of us have, quote, gone after other clients of hers, unquote, unless you count Red and Nano's negotiations about exclusivity. Here's what Red said about Nano's work being less special from November 23rd, which was referred to in the screenshots in my DMs in Nano's document below. This is what he said, and there was no conversation further about it. It was the one and only time he brought up the value of Nano's model, other than mentioning it once when negotiating their exclusivity in e-deal in January 2025. Red, not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Oh, I see. What I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to do only Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. If you have anything special, then everyone wants it, gets that thing. It makes it less special. As was explained before, the dishonest framing of "it's just business" by Nano's document was intentional. The conversation with the use of "it's just business" was from November of 2023. Nano clearly understood what we meant by it back then, for it to never come up again until her document was written. Quote, manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons, and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. End quote. I agree that me saying, yeah, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, was guilt-tripping her. I regret how I phrased this. I already accepted her decision by my use of "it's just business," like Red had said to her the day before. Either me or Red tried to change Nano's opinion or her decision. She was not manipulated to change her position on what she wanted. Both agreed with her and accepted it. I thought that I wouldn't be a nano model. I thought that I wouldn't be a nano model only VTuber anymore because of her not having a lot of time for my projects to keep up with my model cadence. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is why I reminisced about my first model with her. I told her it felt special to only have her model. I told her it felt special to only have her model art for my outfits. To let me know if she wouldn't have time for me to only use her artwork for models, but to be the one on a single VTuber with her model art. Cinder, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason to help you grow. It's for a reason for you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. Being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with L2D cutting to improve your skills. And I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model. And then started asking you for them. I can have Red to send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates. So just let us know what you actually want to work on. And that way I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your models for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive nano or baby anymore. Quote, no acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work solely focused on their issues. End quote. Here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DMs. During the situation, all of these messages are the same conversation and appear in the screenshots from Nano's document below. However, they're separated among three topics the document covers. Ren and I understood Nano's position and agreed with her. We didn't force her into anything or force her into thinking a certain way to her own detriment. Nano. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop the other models, so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist, and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I still will always have a way to have open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. Red. I agree, you're a free artist and you should do what you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you wanted to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. It's okay, Nano, you're just making a living. Making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having a very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. Nano, thank you for understanding my side. We all trying to have our names somewhere. Red. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Silver's a longtime client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. Nano, I really appreciate you for understanding my side. We never want to make you feel like we're forcing you to work on not work on something, especially if it's something you want to, such you don't want to do. And our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry that it sounded like, sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. It's no personal reason. I would never do something like this to you or anyone, but yeah. It's important for my job to reach far. I like working on different projects and people. I never ever said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other works, I'll always have a way to get you a priority spot when possible. You'll always be my special bebe. Cinder. I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you're excited about. So I'll go through my plans with Red and send your ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too. He absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. I would also like to note again that this screenshot is one of many occasions that indicate that Red speaks on Cinder's behalf. I was originally concerned with everything going through Red that it may not have been 100% of Cinder's feelings or wants. I messaged her about to make sure that he spoke on her behalf and confirmed with both of them that this was the case. Yes, Red spoke for me to lots of different people, because that's been his job as my manager. I trusted him. Red also spoke for himself and for the brand. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times he's had to walk things back because I disagreed or we've had to compromise on decisions. To assume that in every single instance for forever that we were 100% in agreement on things is crazy. There were a total of 2 times Nano ever messaged me about her conversations with Red. The situation from 2023 and when she canceled the exclusivity deal in 2025. Like I pointed out when talking about, quote, it's just business, unquote, in Nano's section. Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from this document for the context of Red's conversation with her. That happened a day earlier. Deceptively masking the context by use of the phrase. Unless you were paying attention to the dates of the messages in Nano's document, you'd never know the timeline of events. Screenshots from November 26th, 2023, at 1:03 p.m. to 5:22 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Nano. Hey Cinder, hope you're doing okay? Talked with Reddit, and I believe you talked to already, and I thought it would be best if I just check here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts, because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. Cinder. I'm good. I'm doing good. What's up, Nano? Oh, it's mostly about this. Red. Not to discredit any of your work, because anything you work on is top of the line, incredible. But when everyone's a nano baby, feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling from gamer subs lately too. Holy hell. I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. Cinder, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course we love working with you, and of course we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason. I know it's for a reason for you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. Being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with L2D cutting to improve your skills. And I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model. And then started asking you for them. I can have Red send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates, so just let us know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time to look for someone else if you don't have time for my projects. I don't want to do them. Feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive nano art baby anymore. Nano. It's no personal reason. I would never do something like this to you or anyone. But yeah, it's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never ever said I don't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other works, we'll always have a way to get you a priority spot possible. You will always be my special baby. Cinder. I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you're excited about. So I'll go through my plans with Red and send you our ideas to see if it's possible with their schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too. He absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. Nano. It's okay. I'll update you guys ASAP. Cinder. Sounds good to me. Red tries to make it look like they never meant for it to appear like they wanted me to be exclusive by framing it as something I wanted, while immediately doubling down on the fact that me working with more people makes my work less special and no longer unique, as if every design is just a Cinder clone. In the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us, or ever told her to only work on Cinder-related things. He never said that every design was a Cinder clone, because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Cinder clones. The message in this screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal. But Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here's everything that Red said, and that Nano took him as asking her not to do work with anyone. Me. He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this, or was somehow making her to do this. Red, not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Red. 2.0 model, 2.0 outfits, and maybe we'll write out next year. But there needs to be a plan after that, lol. And you're only gonna keep getting better at models, and we love you. It just sucks everyone wants a nano model. I mean, it's good, for real. Red, because you make a lot of money and you gotta eat, lol. What sucks is just not as special. Red's full thought process behind Nano's work being less special and no longer unique was explained in her section, but he didn't explain his point of view to her. This was not a black and white issue, and Red and I could understand both sides of it. Damn, itchy nose. Ultimately sympathizing and agreeing with Nano's perspective. Screenshots from November 25th, 2023 at 8:46 a.m. to 8:59 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair to stop the models, so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist, and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides in any drama or situations, but I still always have a way to open slots for Cinder. I have a way to have open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only model customer. Red. I agree, you're a free artist. You should do what you want. But I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you want to do. I didn't think that it was like we were making you do that. Guess we gotta misunderstand on both sides. It's more about this. This. Oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. You have something special, and then everyone wants it and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional. Well, just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. But every single model I do is unique, and I make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. Red. No, I know. You pour your heart and soul into your models, and they're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you both feel this way. It's simply business. Normalizing their behavior once again by stating that it's simply business to sabotage other VTubers' careers, and not work with them and focus on Cinder instead. Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business" or similar phrases were dishonestly misinterpreted and twisted to fit the idea that it was to somehow justify sabotaging others, like I explained before. The phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023, regardless of our feelings on that decision. If you were to actually read the screenshots that were presented in Nano's document right below this, you'd understand that in no way is Red using the phrase "business is business" to try and sabotage anyone. If you look at my messages without the context of Red's conversations with Nano happening the day before, then it looks like I'm saying it's just business about canceling models. That is not what I meant. He spoke to Red about his conversation with Nano before hearing from her, and my use of "it's just business" was in reference to what he said, presented out of order, out of context. And if you're someone other than Nano who had experience talking to Red and I back to back in this situation, you'd see my messages. You'd see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea. Nano's document purposely showed my message first without any context before it to manipulate the narrative. Screenshots from November 25th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. to 9:24 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST and continuing from the above. Red. It's okay, Nano. You're just making a living and making a name for yourself. And I can't blame you for accepting your work from other big names in the industry. Having very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again, like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. Nano, thank you for understanding my side. We all trying to have our names somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys, and again, I apologize for the trouble on your plans. I'll still revisit my land and see what I got. Red, business is business. If you want to go through the projects we talked about, and let me know which ones you'd want to do too. Nano. Oh! Red. I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Nano. Of course, I'll be aware, so I'll give an update later. Red. Is this about blank model, Nano? Nano. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models. No hurt feelings. Red. Business is business. Nano. Red. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Blank is a longtime client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. Nano, I really appreciate for understanding my side. I do understand your side too, but sadly, it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved in this. This fight. I just go art. Red. Right now. Red. Right. I know. I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her on a model. Like blank specifically. Nano. Maybe I just considered the situation too much. My mistake for thinking this way. Red. It's okay. Red. But are we good for real? This feels like a weird break. This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Red. Me and you are good, but I still have to tell all this to Cinder. I'll be fine. Don't worry. I think she's still sleeping. Damage control. Making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers is all kept hush-hush. While also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended, and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light. Note that the uncalled shot at VTuber 1 has been spoilered in message in Discord, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked. Quote, making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers is all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light, end quote. The example shown in the next screenshot is after Nano canceled Silvervale's model. Red did not ask her to make her do it, or target Silver in any way. Obviously, he wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was all my fault. It was my fault. Because it wasn't. But the fact they were talking about her at all, the only other time... Yo, what's up, Jelly? Yo, what's going on? This fucking long-ass read. Holy hell. But I ain't giving up this time. Or if I'm not giving up, I'm not stopping till you've fucking done all of this. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them about other VTubers was when they made their exclusivity deal. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too. Red. Yeah, but this wouldn't be the second time you were canceling on her. What's good? I've been fine. Sorta. What are we reading, bro? I shit you not when I'm saying this, a 1,000-page response document from the biggest fucking slander campaign ever. It's filled with a shit ton of lies, manipulation, just a whole bunch of bullshit. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too. Red. Yeah, but this wouldn't be the second time you're canceling on her. Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Again, this is all sacred talk, la 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 la. You know who this is, right? No, oh my god, is it Jesus? Are you Jesus? Quote, note that the uncalled shot at Silvervale is even spoilered a hidden message in Discord, so it won't accidentally be leaked. Unquote. Pointing out and claiming a message was hidden, so, quote, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked, as the reasoning doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just this one censored message. Yes, I am. Holy shit, Jesus Christ, the Messiah has returned! In the form of a midget. Pointing out and claiming a message was hidden, quote, so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked, as the reason doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things in private between them, not just this one censored message. Who else But that one message in Nano's DMs that was immediately buried needed to be accidentally leaked to if it wasn't spoilered. And Nano leaked that exact message here, and hiding nothing stop it from getting leaked after all. I know it, fucking Jesus Christ the Messiah. He's returned in the form of a small, delusional midget. In the form of a small, delusional midget that's in my chat. Screenshot from November 25th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. to 9:34 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Nano. I try to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair for both sides this way. Red. You didn't tell Blank you canceled because of Cinder, did you? Nano. Oh, no. I told all of them it was health issues. Red. Nano. I never blame anyone besides Blank. Red. Lol. We never want to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on / not work on something, especially if it's something you don't want to / don't want to do. In our conversation the other day, it wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry that it sounded like. Again, sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. Message you later. Screenshot from November 19th, 2023 at 2:50 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Red. Well, let's see if Blank wants an nanomodel or not, and I hope Blank finds someone else. A constant obsession with VTuber 1 and claiming that she's asking or by causing this unspoken competition, which is coming from absolutely no other source than Cinder herself. Constant obsession with Silver. There were a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up in Red's messages with Nano, 2 of which were in 2023 and the other in January 2025. And in the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silverveil is explained in her section of this document. Quote, claiming that she's asking it for it by causing this unspoken competition, which is coming from absolutely no other source than Cinder herself. End quote. No other source other than Red. These are Red's words. He did not say she was asking for it. And also, Mickey, for context, Red, or Redacted, is Cinder's manager. These are Red's words. He did not say, quote, he was asking for it, end quote, and sympathized with Silver's perspective. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did view Silver as competition, but not until 2024, which will be shown in her section. Red. I think it's more like wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because Silver can't get along. I also understand her point of view. Screenshot from from July 19th, 2023 at 11:46 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. And also for more context, Nano, or Nanolisp, was Cinder's model designer / maker. But then she came out with a deceitful document claiming abuse, manipulation, and gaslighting, and other shit like that against Cinder and Red. This is Cinder refuting those claims, along with refuting claims made against her by first, her apology and taking accountability for the stuff she was guilty of, along with refuting the claims of stuff like Nano, and talking about stuff from Nano, who said model designer, Val, one of her friends, V-Card, pretty much VTuber train card, pretty much VTuber Pokemon cards, Numi's concert, or her friend's concert, Shy Lily, someone who was made aware of this long before any of it, and was revealed that Cinder that Cinder tried to message Shy Lily to resolve it privately, but Lily ghosted her, never responded. And this is the breakdown. This is halfway. Yeah. To get full scoop on the documents, I made separate live streams. You can check those out. Screenshot from July 19th, 2023 at 11:46 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red. I think it's more like wanting to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because blank can't get along. But I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sounds, and acts like you becomes just as successful as you in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy. Or like I've seen some people say, her replacement. They share a lot of the same audience too. Screenshot from July 19th, 2023 at 11:51 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize, hey, Cinder's a big VTuber too. She got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along. And the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up. I just know anything we do, she's watching and will take from or try to outdo. Oh my god. You know the spinning figure we have on stream? Blank figure was announced on Wednesday. No spinning figure. Cinder debut Saturday. Everyone hears about it. Figure announced. Spinning figure on screen with exclamation point figure right next to it. Blank stream yesterday. First stream since Cinder debut. Guess what? Spinning figure with exclamation point figure next to it. The last image Nano presents below is from May 23rd. It's from May 23rd. It's from May 2023, where Red is talking about Spite, not Silvervale. But it's never pointed out that this is about someone else from a different time. This is all that was shown about Spite. And Nano's document didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work with Spite for some reason, even though it'd help in Nano's case. For more context, Spite, despite looking like a Hellhound VTuber, is not. She's a Cerber Pup VTuber that accused Cinder of constantly stealing her designs, even though it was revealed that Cinder's designs came first. With every single model design, Cinder's design came first, before Spite's. Even though it helped Nano's case. Screenshots from May 10th, 2023. 3:14 a.m. to 3:16 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red. Then, like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like flames. Now she's basically rebranded to more of a fire Cerberus, using fire emojis all the time, SMH. Never did that before. It's funny because she used to call herself a Hellhound, but stopped when Cinder grew past her, and now she uses Cerberus or Cerberpup. Or whatever her lore says. She is, I don't know. You know. The unfollow is weird. Red. Yeah, so it's like, there's also unprovoked tweets from her, like, quote, I didn't copy anyone else for my design. My design, this is who I am. Like, huh? Who are you saying that to? Oh, lol. On random Cinder clips on YouTube, there was one dedicated in a blank fan, or someone that she knew, who, I don't know, that would comment on these clips saying, like, when are you going to clip blank only on Cinder clips? I'd like to, for context, the pages you see here are from Nano's document. And the screenshots, also highlighted in orange, are also from Nano's document. I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size. Her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber, also feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd. Thanks for taking the time to read through everything. I hope that everything makes sense and everyone has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same VTuber. End quote. Me trying to gain Silver's recognition, it came far before there was any kind of effort to ever try doing anything against her. There was not simultaneous in a huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silvervale. Over the years, was never explained to the public, and including myself in my apology. Also feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd. End quote. I didn't include by myself in my apology. Quote. Also, feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd. End quote. I didn't feel entitled to be recognized by her. I felt pressured to. On one hand, I was being harassed for being similar to her, and on the other, I was constantly asked to do things with her. At the bare minimum, we could get along on Twitter. It would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to how another couple of popular VTubers that had beef in the past publicly ended the feud between them, but Silver couldn't allow herself to do even that. Quote. I hope everything makes sense and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. End quote. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Nano screenshots, manipulation, speculation. Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that nano screenshots present in both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them Shylily and Bao, meaning that someone helped Nano cover up information and providing Nano did not originally present screenshots to cut. Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. Here's one of the screenshots in Nano's document. Bottom is cut off. Here's the same screenshot from Bao's document. The image is in higher quality. The censorship is done differently in the bottom, where Nano says the deal was fair. It's present. Nano was the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs, with Red to give to Bao to use. Even the timestamps of the DMs are the same. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, then that means Nano showed them the full screenshot. But at some point after showing Shylily, Bao, and my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshots in Nano's document to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Another example is one of the image of Red's messages about Cotton. In Nano's document, the message about Cotton is deliberately doctored out of the image, as if it never existed. Nano had no relationship with Cotton and is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this. Bao's document shows the message and just censors Cotton's name. It also contains the message at the bottom. At the bottom, unlike the screenshot Nano's used, I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot of her document. So if my friends knew what the full screenshots showed here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling the deal was Red fair was seen by Shylily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who are involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that, as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making the decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano when she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shylily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Shylily what she did and said it about one of her best friends, Bao? Shylily was only shown in the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her. She wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shylily saw what Red said about her and said that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shylily and Nano what happened and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots. Completely trusting in their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences, especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this, and it may have been manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. What was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shylily and to eventually post this document? Speculation. Everything that was posted on top of Nano's claims. Everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claims. If her story isn't true, she wasn't manipulated and Red didn't lie to her, then what was her motivation? Nano's manager, Akira, told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout, and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout in our conversations to her for 7 months. Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects. It doesn't make sense as a motive. As can be seen from our DMs, Nano has always been treated well by us and was always excited to work on my projects. Even right up to her last messages to us, not wanting to work together, it wouldn't be her motive. Since working with Nano, my model alone has made her over $100,000, with about $60,000, that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she wouldn't have had monetary reason to do this. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been her motive. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked about Shylily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shylily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come to talk to me about it? Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspect the Shylily of any wrongdoing. I believe Nano was curious about the things Red said about Shylily and asked her about them. Shylily lied to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. If we were to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by her manager in a casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber, Shylily, directly throughout this whole ordeal? Nano, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Red, no, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's for you, then I think you should. Nano, I'm very guilty, Bull. Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything Shylily said and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shylily for her opinion, or Shylily asked Nano if there was more to see. There was no backing out. There's no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next, and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation might make sense if she wasn't also a victim. Shylily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the excuse and support she needed to blame all of her actions on Red and I, without ever having to show for it. Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post her document was about self-serving, self-preservation in the eyes of Shy Lily, friends, and the public, at the expense of people who supported her for years. Who wrote Nano's document? Speculation. I do not believe Nano wrote her own document. Whoever did manipulated the information Nano had maliciously wrote about me. Nano then presented it to the public, and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement. Nano's document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact that Nano's DMs are typed completely different to how her document was written. English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings, and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to lack of English skills. Her document starts with Bao's involvement, not about herself, and not about what chronologically happened first. Nano was on record saying she didn't care about Bao. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. The message from Red about Cotton, quote, hurting one of our friends, end quote, was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Nano had no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either. Red. Well, with Silver, she's giving a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about. Cotton hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that, since it's not my drama to get into. Bao has been getting on her nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago, and is constantly picking up artists. See? The orange border. For the screenshot, it's from Nano's document. As you can see, the Cotton thing was cut out. The way Nano's document claims she felt about Red asking about her plans and gossiping with her contradicts years of her own behavior. Issues with situations over the past couple of years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Nano would have lied exactly how the events presented played out in the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her do it. They didn't care about the validity of the claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting the order of events. Only one screenshot of messages about Spite was included. Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite, even though that seemingly would have helped her argument. The person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this was included on purpose. Nano's document repeatedly uses the pretty sure that's the ampersand symbol throughout it. Not just in section titles, but in the written text too. 25 times. Not once in the years of working together has she ever used this symbol in either of her messages with her. And in my experience, anywhere else, it's not commonly used. As you can see here, she types in what looks like, I'm pretty sure, is the ampersand symbol. Red and Cinder type into the search thing with their DMs with Nano, and nothing comes up. A dozen people, including Nano, Shy Lily, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of the ampersand, and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shy Lily's reply to my apology tweet used the ampersand a total of 15 times in writing. And it's writing. Does it? I forgot. Holy shit, it does! And heard. She really fucking does. Well, 15 times in its writing. Did Shy Lily write Nano's document? Shy Lily was already giving me multiple signs that she had a problem with me before any of this happened. Even saying on stream she always had a bad feeling about me.
To us, the road less traveled.
If I had to make a guess, her shares will simply be bought out. If I had to make a guess, I'm not saying this will happen. If I, non-biased, non-gamer sub's opinion, if I had to make a guess, her shares will probably just be bought out. Done. But, again, don't take this as Lily said that. No, I'm just saying, if I had to make a guess, that, you know. You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. It's I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it. But as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason when they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. I'm sure it happens with guys too, maybe. You can't just be like, nah, she's too nice. You can't do that. What the fuck? What the fuck kind of reason is she's being too nice to not like someone? What the fuck? You can't do that. Fuck. So most people stay back. Usually when you have a gut feeling, in my case anyways, usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very...
Shylily was involved from the very start, being the first person Nano told about Red's messages. Shylily was more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below. Shylily was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same with Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite. Nano's document starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shylily wrote it instead of Nano. The message about Cotton hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshots of Red's DMs. Shylily is also close friends with that person, and may have done this to keep them out of things. I'll link to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids in Shylily's stream that Red told Nano about, just so happened to be included in her document in Shylily's defense.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, cause like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyropoopers! Hi, how you doing? We're playing some Honkai Star Rail.
Not the incriminating one. Oh, this was the one I just fucking watched. I'm stupid. Nano's document claimed manipulation, when there wasn't any. Shylily was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved who pushed that claim to the public. Shylily started her reply to my apology with it, discriminating anything I said. Quote, the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity, end quote. My use of it's just business was dishonestly portrayed in Nano's document. Shylily used the phrase in her reply to me as the only person who lied about the meaning about it to the public and made it into a meme at my expense. Nano's document says my friends, quote, platformed, end quote, me when talking about competition. That is very specific wording. Shylily said something very similar in her reply to my apology. She also said very similar things on her stream. Nano's document, quote, the competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends who always helped, supported, and platformed Cinder, quote. Shylily's reply, quote, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with, end quote. Shylily's stream, quote, oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us or begging to be in our positions.
You know your business better than anyone, right? So why not build an app to run it with Base 44? This finance app solves your business headaches.
How the fuck would I do that? Well, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions. Fuck no.
These two quotes from Nano's document are also very similar to what Shy Lily said on her stream, both were claiming manipulation, and Shy Lily specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nano wouldn't want to work with. Nano's document. Quote, spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic, to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions, end quote. Quote, another example, speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people to get me to reconsider working with them, end quote. Shy Lily's stream, quote, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me seem like making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone would want to work with.
And I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who.
Shy Lily implied she was directly involved in making the documents on her stream. Quote, I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in the section that she dedicated to content and me, she said, quote, sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I got mad. That's where I kind of got mad because, like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hardcore receipts for. Obviously, there was lots of experience that and it doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience, but there's only more receipts, verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc because either they are similar, because either they are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there. But it's kind of important context, so you pick and choose what you want to have up there.
Alright. I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in this section that you dedicated to Cotton and me, she said, sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad because, like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience. But there is also more receipts. Verifiable receipts that weren't added to the doc because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, so you pick and choose what you want to have up there.
And most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of ampersand in its writing, just like and only like Shy Lily's own reply to me. If I'm not mistaken, that is the ampersand, right? Yep, that is the ampersand. Give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Yeah, so I was right. That is the ampersand symbol. Just like, and only like Shy Lily's own reply to me. It's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shy Lily to write her document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shy Lily from the start, Shy Lily still helped Nano lie. It's presenting everything in such a convoluted order. Pardon me. Oh, son of a bitch. Pardon me. There were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. The same screenshots in Bao's document, and being uncropped and unedited, shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shy Lily weren't. Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shy Lily and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business. But she was the one who lied most about it, and that's in Nano's document, and in her reply to me, and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that conversation with Nano, how I must have known about what Red has said in his DMs with her 2 years later. But somehow, not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before. Hey. November 25th, 2023. Red. It's okay, Nano. You're just making a living and making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having a very desirable talent. If you end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. You end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things depending on that. Nano, thank you for understanding my side. We all try to have our names somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys, and I apologize for the trouble on your plans. I'll still revisit my list and see what I got. Red, business is business. If you want to go through with the projects we talked about, and let me know which ones you want to do too. Nano. Oh! Red. I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Nano. Of course. I'll be away today, so I'll give an update later. Red. This is about Silver's model, Nano. Nano. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models. No hurt feelings. Red. Business is business. November 26th, 2023. Nano. Hey, Cinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red, and I believe he talked to you already, and I thought it would be best if you just checked here personally. Actually, I wanted to know better your thoughts, because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. Cinder. I'm doing good, Nano. I'm doing good. What's up, Nano? Nano. Well, it's mostly about this. Red. Not to discredit any of your work, because everything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting the same feeling from Gamersubs lately, too. I thought on canceling some models because of it, then I realized it's not really fair to me. Cinder, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. Of course, we love working with you and want to keep working together, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for breaking down Bao's document. Fortunately, I had gone through Bao's entire document, pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my other friends were lying. They were misinformed and were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shy Lily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out what happened. She found out about what happened, and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery.
Make a great save on a new Hyundai Ioniq 6 during the Greatest Save sales event. Every new Hyundai vehicle sold helps kids fight cancer. Visit your local Hyundai dealer for details.
It's not crafty. It's your craft.
Then a couple days go by,
and I'm healed up for the most part. It's not like the worst procedure ever, but it did induce a really bad period, and that is historically when my mood and mental is not the best. So I've been, in a lot of pain, and yeah. So then a few days ago, okay. Yeah, 2 days ago, I get a message from Lily, and she says, that she really needs to talk to me, and the longer I put it off, doesn't get any better.
I'll be going over parts of Val's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano on our side of the story, pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Just like in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red in January 2025. I will address this down below. Bao's document for reference. I was personally and professionally hurt personally and professionally by Cinder and her manager. Posted on April 26, 2025 at 1:48 a.m. EST. Before I start, I want to point out why I'm addressing both Cinder and Red, and redacted Red, despite the messages being largely from redacted. Many times throughout the messages, the words we, we're, our occur numerous times as someone who was close to and worked with Cinder for years. I have first-hand experience on how Cinder and Red collaborate and the extent to which Cinder operates as her primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects. It is that experience that leads me to believe that all requests and messages sent by Red were both known about and approved by Cinder. Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they cooperated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's actions as both of ours in her document. This wasn't true, and no one could definitively say that in every single instance. Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts and feelings. Red is an individual who can think and feel for himself. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document. One of the only times Bao had first-hand experience of the way Red and I worked together was with the She-Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all the information when he asked about it. During the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly, her own experience with us should have casted doubt on his claim. Cinder. I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything? In March 2024, I announced that one of my subathon goals was a live 2D model. Analyst was going to be the live 2D illustrator. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly a back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. It was very sad, as I had not only teased a screenshot of the model sketch on Twitter, but I had grown very attached to the design and showed it to all my friends in a private group chat that Cinder was a part of. I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me, as I will show. I was clearly talking about her model being cancelled in August of 2024 here. Quote, after she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. Quote, Nano told Red herself that Bao's model hadn't been started yet. Nano didn't start Bao yet. 2 weeks before canceling Bao's model, Nano told him that she wanted to cancel models, asking him about canceling on Bao specifically, telling him that she wasn't the only one and that she was considering canceling. Bao saying there was a, quote, back and forth, could imply that Nano approached her before August 5th, when Red messaged Nano again, already saying she may not continue her model. Nano, I'm doomed, I love it. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yep, got blank too, which I'm considering cancel. Too. In a private group chat that Cinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was. She did not comment or say anything, despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. End quote. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was canceled on August 6th, 2024. Which she also included in her tweet replying to my apology. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it and I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least tried to talk to Nano for her, but I didn't. This was Nano's decision, like I was told that I wasn't going to get involved. Really pops. Wow, smudge. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule was too hectic. I now realize that the reason for her silence was because Cinder and Redacted are deliberately sabotaging ongoing commissions and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. This claim is false. Bao would only have said this if Nano told her this was what was happening. Bao had reason to believe it too, with Nano telling her that her model was one of the ongoing commissions affected right after talking about August 2024, her model was canceled the first time. Bao presents screenshots from January 15th, 2025, and 5 months later to explain why her model was canceled in August. It is out of order and missing context as well. The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs with Red are the same ones Nano uses in her document, including the time zone discrepancies I discussed. I will include the date and time of them in EST like I did before, and as shown in the full context of these conversations in the Nano section of this document. Screenshot from January 15th, 2025 at 7 o'clock p.m. to 7:05 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Red. What about, we can pay blank for you, and you don't have to discount it in the next payment, and we'll continue giving you lots of model work, I think, for this year right now, but you don't work with Bao, blank, or blank at all again, models or art. I don't think you've ever done anything with Bao or blank before. We also have another GS label for you too, the AFK. Nano. Is there any way to add a little bit more since blank still asks for art every now and again? For art every now and then? Red. You could do it like when blank asks for art, you tell her no, and then you tell us to buy another art piece, like so you still get a job from it. Nano. To be fair, but okay, can I ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Like was shown above, Nano's message calling the deal fair and asking for a Demon figure were cut from this exact same screenshot in Nano's document, but are present in Bao's document. This is what it looks like in Nano's document. As you can see, this part is cut off. Screenshot from January 15th, 2025 at 6:29 p.m., 6:34 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Nano. Of course, I wanted to understand it better. Specifically, if I cancel her for the second time, well, Red. Well, with blank, she's given a lot of bias and priority at Gamersubs. Sometimes over Cinder, and we can't really confront them about it. And plus, she's gone me lately. Blank hurt one of our friends pretty bad, and I can't really say much more than that since it's not my drama to get into. Blank has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago, and is constantly picking up artists that we work with. We've gotten to know her better, being friends with her, but she really rubs us the wrong way with the things she does. We wanted to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. And I don't mean taken like he doesn't work with us anymore. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Also, one of Bao's MV editors is the one that did the Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us. But like, model art is the most important thing. That's a VTuber's entire image. Again, this is all secret talk. La 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 la. As I pointed out before, Bao Rose document shows the message about Cotton above, unlike Nano's. And just like in Nano's document, the following messages from Nano are missing entirely. This wasn't Bao's fault they were missing. It's all Nano gave her. Nano. I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Screenshot from January 15th, 2025 at 6:52 p.m. 6:54 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Red. And now she's been barking up the tree of one of our L2D animators, so like, and you, and a nano model. Yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. Red. It's so annoying, man. It's so annoying. I don't know, man. Nano. Oh! Red. She has a way of guilt-tripping people to get her way. And again, the messages right after this are missing too. Nano. We can do a deal! Red. Huh? Red. Huh? Nano. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever. I'll have a model rigging with Blink again, so paying for me and a discount from next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. Nanoless asks Redacted on why he's encouraging her to not finish my model. Redacted then lists my name amongst furious VTubers as well as the vendetta Cinder and Red harbor against each. Bao has been getting on her nerves for a while. She hijacked her YouTube editor, constantly picking up artists that we work with. Now she's barking up the tree of one of our L2D animators as a way of guilt-tripping others to get her way. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nanoless should cancel her ongoing Live 2D commission with me, all the while continuing to collaborate with me and pretending to be my friend. This is not what friends do. Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. Stepping on your friend and abusing your power and connections is how you get to the top, and I hope you realize that no one will be left when you get there. Quote, Nanoless asks Redacted why he's encouraging her not to finish my model. Quote, the statement is false, and it's not what happened, and it's not what happened. But Bao may have been told this was the case. This list above was how Red felt about Bao, and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025, but Bao, who only had the context Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to a model being cancelled in August 2024 to explain why he, quote, Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then. While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model plan with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off, followed by Nano asking if he was sure and for him to explain why to her. Red. Silver, Bao, and Cotton. Nano. Oh yeah, I have Bao on my list. Red. Well, I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. Nano. Are you sure? We're really down on working with people who Cinder don't want to. Red. Yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? So none of this can leave our chat. Nano. Of course. I wanted to understand it better. Especially if I cancel her for the second time, lol. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nano lists. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nanoless should cancel her ongoing Live 2D commission with me. End quote. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano told Red Bao's model wasn't started. Nano didn't start Bao yet. And just like I showed before, Nano said here that she had Bao on her commission list, as in not ongoing. I do believe Nano would cancel the project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Nano. Well, yeah, I have Bao on my list. Quote, friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. Quote, I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. Nanolis and Shy Lily spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends and to the public. Nano used the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from being close friends with him to use it to manipulate my friends and the public. Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red when it was originally canceled in 2024. He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her. And none of the 5 reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao were private information or things he knew from the privilege of either of us being friends with her. After showing screenshots from January 2025, the next screenshot she presents is from August 2024, where it states it's another screenshot of Red urging Nano to cancel her model as if in the same situation. Screenshot is from August 5th, 2024 at 3:13 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red, did you cancel models? Nano, I did not. Red, Nano are delayed to 2026. Nano, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Red, couldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon. Nano. I can give you the design for free as an apology gift. More screenshots of them urging Nanolis to cancel the ongoing Live 2D commission with me, even mentioning how excited I was about it when I showed them the design during Cinder and his concert at WeepCon in 2024. These are all Red's messages, not from them, like Bao says. Nano wanted to cancel Bao's model, and Red reassured her about it. Red said, and quote, I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon, without ever, quote, mentioning how excited Bao was about it when she showed us the design. Quote, Nano, I think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her. Red, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I want to offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. Nano, yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her today. We'll also close the model inquiry today. The opening, that was a mistake. Quote, I want to offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit, lol. End quote. I don't know what I have ever done to either Redacted or Cinder to deserve this level of vitriol towards me. I don't remember having any issue or any problem that could have been solved by talking. In Nano section, Ren explained that he thought Nano should still be paid for the design she did for Bao. Possibility of her, quote, starting shit was based on his own opinion of how she could react to the bad news from Nano. This screenshot, their DMs shown in Bao's document, was not included in Bao's document. Sorry, in Nano's document. On March 20th, I started a Discord call that lasted 5 hours to hang out with my editors in this group call. Blank shared with us that he was afraid to ask Cinder for a raise because he initially turned down an exclusivity deal. As a friend to both Cinder and Blank, I encouraged him to take the deal and reassured him that it would not change our friendship, as I would never want someone I care about to miss an opportunity, even if it meant I would lose him as an editor. The other editors who were in the call can corroborate this. We were completely unaware, or Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity deal. This call apparently happened over a month before I was canceled. For a month after Nano canceled the deal with Red. Over 2 months since they first mated. First editor never told Red or I about this. A few times they asked for raises while working with me. I was more than happy to accommodate them every single time. I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative that you decided I deserved, saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs flopped made me sick to my stomach. In late 2024, I was dealing with debilitating TMJ pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw to put my mouth properly. They both knew this. I've always wanted my friends to succeed alongside me, and I don't know how they could also see. They could also. I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moments against me. Red pieced together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano, as was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one who spoke ill of her own song's performance in her public Discord the last year, and Red decided it was a contributing factor in what happened. It had nothing to do with the TNJ she's talking about. I can see why she'd think it was her quote, most vulnerable moments. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her. It was. Her quote, most vulnerable moments were not used against her. Why aren't you solving this privately? If you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, some of the messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. And they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. I thought my thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable and darkest moments that I shared in confidence with people I thought would be by my side years and years from now may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as I thought was my friend. And I don't know how it can be. I don't know how it can ever be the same after this. Quote, if you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, quote, I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything was presented out of order and out of context. Some of those messages date back years. I found out about this less than 40 hours ago, and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. End quote. This was not over years. The only times Nano and Red had meaningful conversations about Bao was at the end of July and early August 2024. And in January 2025, from the time Bao's document was written, the oldest of these messages would have been about 9 months old. The problem Red had with Bao was only in December 2024, about 4.5 months. It's before her document was posted. Either one of us should have talked about when we had the chance, and we didn't. Quote, my thoughts, feelings, my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend. End quote. None of the reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red has said to Nano about Bao was private information. The things she shared in confidence or had anything to do with the most vulnerable, darkest moments. I would like to ask the community to refrain from spreading any harmful speculation. Everything shared in this document was done so with the express permission of those who shared it with me. I made this document with the intent to refute the claims made about me in the screenshots. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Bao stream on April 27th, 2025. Bao streamed the night after posting her tweet in response to my apology. Just like her document, I will be going over everything Bao said on her stream, and many of the things she said because she was convinced it was the truth. I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, it was wrong. April 27th, 2025. Bao's stream. Bao's honest feelings of a similar situation. Timestamps here.
Raisin Bran Crunch with crunchy oat clusters. Bring on the crunch.
An Enercare expert can find ways to make any home run smoothly. From heating and cooling.
Yeah. Dude.
9 minutes 56 seconds to 10 minutes 56 seconds. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like because I was just in such a state of it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. Just kind of remember seeing the screenshots. How much did... Wait.
Well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like because I was just in such a state of, it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I cannot sorry, I'm you know, I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots.
How much did Nano tell Bao, and how much did Shy Lily say for her? Screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Shy Lily saw. I believe Nano hit the full context of them at the start. 17 minutes, 16 seconds, 20 minutes, 16 seconds. Quote, in every scenario, I tried to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I just I couldn't understand. We've been through so much offline and online, and there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you and feeling that they've slowly become colder and colder towards you and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything, and so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination, but then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't, and it's even worse than you could have ever imagined, and you wonder why all those times they talked over you or ignored you, you had done something wrong, and I just kept asking myself, everyone in our friend group, why was it me? And what did I do differently? For so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends, and I wondered why it just felt so different towards me. Reading everything confirmed my worst fears was awful.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online. And there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything. And so you keep it to yourself. And you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't. And it's even more worse than you could have ever imagined. And you wonder why all those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong. I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in our friend group, why was it me? And like, what did I do differently? And for so long, I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends, and I wondered why. It just felt so different towards me. And reading everything was and confirming my worst fears was awful.
I'm going to say that I haven't finished reading this, but I'm going to say this now. I don't care whose side you're on or where your opinion lies. There's one thing that's undeniable. Val was the biggest victim of all this, and she deserves all the love and support. And to anyone who thinks that or says that her tears are fake, you are genuinely fucking we're just a genuinely fucking despicable human being, and I detest and loathe you with every ounce of my soul. Val couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or ever know the motivations and reasoning behind it that was explained in her section. Fred and I never talked to her when we should have. I am so sorry to Val for that. "23 minutes, 59 seconds to 26. 23 minutes, 59 seconds to 26 minutes, 35 seconds. Everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is. That is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission, all the assets, all the coordination with workshops to have everything come out on the dot, making sure that at the same time you're planning everything. You're having to advertise, you look at a content creator online, and even though you're seeing the one person on the screen, behind that person is a really big team that they have to coordinate with. And that makes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. And if you're a VTuber, and if you have models and live 2D artists to work with, you know that they're booked out. You know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance. And to have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly right in the middle of everything happening it's so. I can't even begin to tell you how. How hard it is to pivot and to restructure how the rest of the next month or a couple of months is going to go in order to fill up that space. Some VTubers plan this out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So to say I was devastated when my model was canceled. Is kind of an understatement.
Everyone knows how special a VTuber's debut is. That is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all of the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission. All of the assets, all of the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot. making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you are having to advertise it. You know, you look at a content creator online, and even though you are seeing one person on the screen, behind that one person is a really big team that they have to coordinate with. And that takes a lot of time. And if you are a VTuber and you have models and live 2D artists to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance. And to have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly, right in the middle of everything happening, it's so, I can't even begin to tell you like how hard it is to pivot and restructure how the rest of the next month or couple of months is going to go in order to fill up that space. Some VTubers plan this shit out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So to say I was fucking devastated when my model was canceled is kind of an understatement.
I completely sympathize with what Val said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red and I as a model artist, as my model artist. I sat on the design and for so long, and I was heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet or I teased it. I just couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. So I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And, you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs. And I wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design, so I shelved it and hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
And I sat on that design for so long. And I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. Like I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And, you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And so I had that one. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design. So I just shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
Al said here that her model with Nano was shelved and implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again. 29 minutes and 28 seconds to 30 minutes and 25 seconds. there's so many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And I don't know. I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember her showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making it a little bit out of it. And like I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other. And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success.
Welcome to the 100-degree sweat test. Let's see how Secret stands up to the heat. That's it. Take it up a notch. Looks like Secret Clinical provides 3 times sweat protection. Fight sweat better with Secret Clinical.
So many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And I don't know, like, I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it. And like, I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other. And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. And it's so fucking cheesy to say it out loud. It sounds like at the end of Mean Girls, but
I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt I was towards Silvervale. I agree with everything Bao said here, and I'll always be grateful to her and my friends for what they did for me, and proud of what I was able to do for them too. 31 minutes and 56 seconds. 33 minutes and 2 seconds. Quote, like, and that's the most fucked up part about it. It's like, the whole time, I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do? And like, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful in life. I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of, and like, there's no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need.
like, and that's the most fucked up part about it, is like, the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do? And like, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful, and I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of. And like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need.
Bao or any of my friends had come to us before making things public, they would have found out the motivations behind what Red did. Bao was never considered a threat. Someone put that idea into her head because it's not something ever said in Red's messages. 33 minutes 14 seconds to 33 minutes 52 seconds. Quote, how could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend, even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? And it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel, and they could not even spare the same thought for me.
How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend even if he took an exclusivity deal with you? It would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel, and they could not even spare the same thought for me.
Like I explained when going over Bao's document, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, only after December 2024, before that it wasn't a problem for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's section. Red's conversation with Nano about it was in January 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. 35 minutes, 19 seconds to 36 minutes, 37 seconds. Quote, do you not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc, that you had a significant other, no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in? I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew what that would do to your reputation, and you cannot spare the same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you. And so I wonder why you'd do that to me.
Like, you do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew that what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare that same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end, I still wouldn't do that to you, and so I wonder why you would do that to me.
I appreciate Bao not putting my relationship in her document while under the pressure from Shy Lily and our other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone, like she claimed I would. Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that I had seen all of his messages. My friends had no way of knowing that, just not because we were together. However, if Nano lied about the alleged for years of manipulation and abuse she suffered, quote, end quote, with us, then I can see why my friends wouldn't believe it. I didn't know about any of the things I actually didn't. The story Nano told them isn't true. 37 minutes and 29 seconds to 39 minutes and 4 seconds. Cool. So when I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of, I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you ever thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology. It really fucking sucks. Now I just don't know what to think or what to believe. What to believe and how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta, but I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how the careers were put on, because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold and to pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or birthday on dates that cannot be changed.
When I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of. I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you had ever thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. And I feel like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe. And how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold, and to pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday on dates that cannot be changed.
When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did and said about her to Nano behind my back, and everyone I thought it was my fault, and everyone thought it was my fault. I couldn't accurately explain everything that happened between Red and I over Bao. With the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao, and the role I played in making her feel the way she did. Without the context, I didn't know what to do, or what to say, or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao mentions that she kept her document about the people and clients that were affected. With me talking about these clients, Bao wouldn't have known what really happened to the projects, but Nano did. Nano. Cinders, who's mostly uses my work. Obi Katie, Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, Megalodon. I'm canceling shit, I need my freedom. You don't say what I gotta do, I'm a free whammon. Okay, I'm free, I canceled so many stuff. Yep, no regrets, honestly. "39 minutes, 53 seconds to 40 minutes and 34 seconds. Quote, Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were playing with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year when I was so depressed and there's some days I could not bring myself to leave my bed. I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her.
Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert, that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was. And how, in the middle of the year, when I was so depressed, and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her.
I was saying, quote, I didn't come to Numi's concert, that I was planning with her for over half a year, was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe that this was a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. This is a portion of the section. There was a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert, but I'll talk about this again. 40 minutes, 52 seconds to 42 minutes and 27 seconds. Quote. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you have the choice to be a good person and a good friend, chose not to be, and no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we could do if we cared at some point. What are you trying to do? What are you even trying to one up?
Summit Series was never just built for the mountains.
I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it and try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't, because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared. It's at some point, like, what are you even trying to one up?
Only pivotal moments I can assume Bao was talking about here was with Numi's concert that she just spoke about, and possibly when I didn't say anything after her model was cancelled in August. Bao and the rest of my friends didn't understand because they didn't have the full story. I was never trying to one-up any of my friends, including Bao. 45 minutes, 34 seconds to 48 minutes and 9 seconds. Quote. And even then, you're bound to get jealous as a content creator, but what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. It's not what they made for themselves. I felt like, from my point of views, there was so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine, and I got kicked down a ladder that I feel like initially I gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base 44. I built.
Even then, if you're bound to be jealous, get jealous as a content creator. But what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success. Because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. And it's like trying to fit a puzzle piece into a set where the piece does not fit anywhere into it because it belongs to a completely different other set. I don't know. I felt like from my point of view, they were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine. And I kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other.
Jealousy didn't fuel anything. Red or I did. Something else was telling me Val that was the case. None of the evidence shows I or Red ever being jealous of anyone, because we weren't. I don't know what Val was talking about when she implies I was taking other people's communities for myself. And I didn't kick down the ladder on her in January. Red made a mistake that I didn't know about to stop from happening. I agree. Bao was someone who was kind to a VTuber much smaller than her. Someone she had no obligation to show any kindness to. She did. And so did the rest of my friends. I'll always be thankful to them for it. Everything they've done for me. 50 minutes and 50 seconds? So 50 minutes and 55 seconds. You could not have done this. You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it.
You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it.
Yeah, this was going on, but this wasn't going on. Not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nan. Any of the problems Red had with Bao only started in December 2024. If I were them, I can understand why it'd be unbelievable too. "52 minutes, 37 seconds, 54 minutes, 13 seconds. Quote, I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice, and I hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I am right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people affected that it was the right decision to do, but it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given into that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say anything, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice.
I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice. And I hated that I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I'm right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected, that it was the right decision to do. But it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice to not do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice.
Just like Buff said, Val had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. Quote, was the fire VTuber that happened recently. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. And we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. I said, okay, girl, like, you go do that and we'll be here to support it. I believe Bao made the choice. I believe Bao made the best choice with the information she had. The state of mind she was in, and for all the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. What I don't understand is why the choice to make anything public was left up to Bao. Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all the evidence was from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility to say something or no one else would? Why would they put that pressure on her in the state she was in? Speculation. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie. All along, it couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. 55 minutes and 1 second to 55 minutes and 23 seconds. Just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had to surpass. And when I read it, I felt like you didn't.
At Whitten & Lublin Employment Lawyers, we understand if you've been wrongfully dismissed.
You're fired with 0 severance.
You want payback. Leave the payback to us. Call Whitten & Lublin Employment Lawyers.
Have you recently moved, changed your school support, or made changes to your property? Then you likely received a property.
I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had it to surpass. And when I read it, it felt like you did it.
I was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her, or that was the case. I cared about Bao, but Bao was my friend that I wasn't treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better one to her when I needed to be. Why did Shy Lily have to contact Bao for Nano? Speculation. Shy Lily encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao. But Shy Lily was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why? I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shailili as like screenshots of what happened in her DMs. I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shailili as like screenshots of what happened in her DMs with Red over Bao's model, not full context. The difference was that Shailili was already on her side after she told Nano she was being manipulated. If Nano went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have any of the pre-established context, meaning Nano would have had to explain what happened to her model by itself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening, and Nano would have incriminated herself. But if Shailili was the one to contact Bao for her, Shailili could have easily explained Red's manipulation and the messages about herself first. Then Nano wouldn't need to show the full context of the messages about Bao and her model because Shailili was vouching for her. Just had to nod along. Bao wouldn't have doubted Shailili's word. Was Bao's model really canceled a second time? Speculation. Throughout this document, I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model Nano was canceled twice, first in August of 2024 and second in January 2025. Nano told Red in January that Bao's model was on her commission list and was as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself, eventually agreeing to do so in their deal. Nano: oh yeah, I have Bao on my list. Of course, I wanted to understand it better. Especially if I cancel her for the second time, lol. You can do a deal. Red: huh? Nano: like, I'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever. I'll have a model rigging with blank again, so paying for me, and I discount for the next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. Nano: then we have a deal. Red: okay, just to make sure. No work at all with Bao, cotton, silver, for blank. Continue giving your model work and various art comps. We pay for blank rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. You're sent a free demon figure. Nano: yes. But Nano's document, which Shailili presumably wrote for her with the information Nano gave her, Nano's document never mentioned her model. Never mentioned her model was cancelled the first time it was shelved. Quote: so I shelved it, and I hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission.
The holidays can be a lot, but with your new Dell PC with Intel inside.
So I just shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. So,
unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024, meaning it couldn't have been cancelled a second time. What I think happened is that when Bao's model was cancelled and she told Nano the above, Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite waitlist section unbeknownst to Bao. When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was, quote, on her list, not telling him the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying for her own model's rigging, which she'd discount from our next commission with her. Why would Nano have been so quick to offer to cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time in August 2024? Nano: I'm scared to cancel with Bao. Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time, she never had to confront Bao because the models never rescheduled. Nano knew she wasn't accountable for Bao's model, when she made Red her offer. But Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with Red to get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offering to cancel and for basically nothing. making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling on to hope that she would. Out of the messages I showed above, these were the only ones present in Nano's document. Nano. Of course, I wanted to understand it better, especially if I cancel her for the second time. Well, Nano never showed Bao, Lily, and my friends the messages where she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed it. She never showed when it was first brought up. When Nano offered to cancel it, when they made their agreement, Nano lied to my friends and told them she never made a deal with Red like it said in Nano's document, and they believed her. She never showed them it happening, and nothing happened to prove it did other than Nano's rigging getting paid for, including Bao's model, and never actually getting canceled a second time, no matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation. No one that was named in their agreed upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was canceled. Did Nano ever want to make Bao's model? Speculation. 1. In November of 2023, Nano was excited to do Bao's model before there was a designer for it. All that was known was that it'd be a mommy model, and it was planned for June 2024. Red. Okay. Do you know what kind of model Bao wanted from you yet? Like, is it a normal whales, or is there a theme? And I thought you were talking to Blank about a model. Nano. She wants a big mommy Bao. Nano. Oh yeah, really want to work with Bao. Red. Are you designing Bao's? Nano. Not sure. We didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned for June. 2. Bao showed Red and I the finished design for this model at MeetCon in March of 2024. 3. Bao's model was planned for June 2024, but by the end of July, it hadn't even been started. Nano told Red she was considering canceling her model, and he encouraged her to do what she thought was best for her. Nano. Didn't start Bao yet. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? Red. No, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's for the best... But if that's best for you, then I think you should. Nano. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. 4. Oh, shit. 4. Nano canceled Bao's model at the start of August 2024. Man, aren't you scared to cancel with Bao? Red. Shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at ReadCon. Nano. I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Red. Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with it. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. So we'll offer it for free. Maybe half price if she starts shit. Lol. Yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her today. Curly Bob. Wow. Smooge. Nano had to drop me as a client because her work schedule is too hectic. 5. Bao said on her stream on April 27th, 2025 that her model was shelved after it was canceled. Cool. So I shelved it and hoped that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. Number 6. When negotiating a deal with Red in January 2025, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for paying for her model's rigging that she discounted on its commission, essentially canceling it for nothing. When she canceled her deal with him about a month later because she wanted to work with Silverveil, he told Red she didn't care about Bao. Nano, we can do a deal. Red, huh? Nano, we'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever. Him. Well, for model rigging was blank again, so paying for me and I discount from the next payment. I would also cry if you pay for me. It's fine, I'm working on the model, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver. She's still a friend and it hurts on me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. So I was pretending if I could pay back the future and the rigging with our current comms.
Nano was excited to work with Bao in November 2023, but after the design was made, she didn't want to make the actual model for it. I'm not going to say what that design was out of respect for Bao's plans, but it's plausible that it could have been a factor in it. Cancel the model. Or cancel the model at once, without having to deal with the guilt of canceling it a second time, offered to cancel it forever for her own benefit. Red coming to her in January was just an outside excuse for her to never have to actually do it, or getting something she wanted out of it at the same time. Does it sound like Nana wanted to make Bao's model, no matter when or if she ever made time for it? Do you know what Nana specifically said if he did want to work on? I'm freaking out with my coverage. I think I just let you in their stuff. Shailuli's response to my apology. Shailuli's reply is what canceled me. Over 8 million views, it's full of false accusations made without any evidence and triggering language to turn people against me, painting me in as bad light as possible. The same way Nano's document was written. I'm willing to bet that most people just read Shailuli's reply and nothing else. It's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology. And who wouldn't trust Shailuli? Shailuli's reply to my apology for reference, posted after my apology on April 27th, 2025 at 6:41 p.m. EST. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. Pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I've never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. You're the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting, reading and hearing of how you really view me from behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages, while having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. To claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to when everyone who's shared a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment while loving to jump at the slightest opportunity to turn your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening. I have experienced your own actions without Red in a situation where your own screenshotted words is you express a pressure to live up to what Lily is, and proceed to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose this business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Just to earn the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. You actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? Everything you do is out of competition, through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. You claim that it's just business? Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability, and all you've done is try to shove it away and admit to nothing. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself and your own consequences in your career and try to salvage it. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Pyro Pups deserve better. Quote, the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity, end quote. The first thing Shailuli did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. Not once, no one was going to question her. She's Shailuli. Shailuli was involved in everything from the start. Convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. Quote, the pain and mental torment you've caused to the ones closest and most supportive of you has been devastating, and I've never been so heartbroken and hurt so badly for my friends. End quote. Yes, I hurt Numi when I chose business over her concert, and I apologized. I was still there, the show for her. It was a terrible affront to Bao, and I should have talked to her instead of ignoring the with Red. I selfishly left Tricky behind in Japan when I wanted to make the most of my time there. I'm not innocent of ever hurting my friends. You are the fakest person I've ever had the displeasure of supporting. Reading and hearing of how you really viewed me behind my back, not just through screenshots of your man, but also your very own messages. Having to sit here and read through these bullshit lies you spin makes me want to vomit. The only message I've ever sent to you about how I viewed Shy Lily behind her back was about how I looked up to her as a role model, and that once I became a part owner of GamerSupps, I felt pressured, not by no one other than myself. I became a part owner of GamerSupps, I felt pressured by no one other than myself to live up to the bar she set. This was what I said to Numi when apologizing to her about her concert, and it wasn't a situation that was brought up by anyone or Shy Lily's reply to my apology, to my already post apology. Now that I'm a part GS owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them and to the community. Red said he thought he'd have to start considering her competition if he was going to treat me differently if she was going to treat me differently for seemingly no reason, and now was working with our most valued artist. I didn't feel that way. Those weren't my words. Quote, to claim that you didn't know a single thing and had zero awareness of what your man was up to, when everyone who shared even a single moment with you knows that you basically operate as the same person, sharing every waking moment. End quote. I didn't say I didn't know a single thing Red ever did. I didn't know about the specifics of what happened in Red's conversations with Nano and the other few instances shown in this document. He summarized things to me, but didn't tell me everything and lied to me about their exclusivity deal. I didn't read his messages myself, and I didn't question what he told me because I trusted him. The only thing I lied about not knowing was about Red and talking to Nano about spite, and that was to not make the situation worse for myself. Shy Lily and my friends who corroborated that we operate as the same person did not have any idea how Red and I worked together at home, or even the fact we lived together in the same way. They didn't ever see us argue or knew that I cheated on him in the past. And them blaming everything on me only works if it's to be believed. We share every message, thought, and feeling, and before they're acted upon. While loving to jump the slightest opportunity to turn into your most slanderous self as soon as the opportunity was given, even when talking about your friends, is sickening.
End quote. I don't know what Shy Lily thinks she's referring to. I've never slandered any of my friends. What Red said is in his own messages to Nano about Bao were his own opinions. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone like Shy Lily did about me, and only said what he believed was true from his own experience. Red is his own person with his own thoughts, feelings, opinions, and experiences, but his own personal involvement in what happened was intentionally ignored to pin all the blame on me. Quote, I've experienced her own actions without Red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words you express a pressure to live up what Lily is, but you proceed to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends under the bus after months of continuous planning just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. End quote. Shy Lily brings up what happened with Numi's concert, something I had no idea I was expected to address since it was already settled between us and it wasn't related to any of the accusations made against me. I'm going to break this part down in pieces. Quote, I've experienced your own actions without Red in a situation where in your own screenshotted words you express a pressure to live up what Lily is, end quote. Shy Lily did not experience this. This was in a private conversation between Numi and I. She said this was quote, in my own screenshotted words, end quote, but there was never any screenshot of any of the situation made public, but she chose to address it publicly. Now that I'm a part GS owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them in the community. Quote, and proceed to throw one of your most loyal and supportive friends onto the bus after months of continuous planning, end quote. I did not proceed to throw Numi under the bus. I said this while I was apologizing to her for the decision I made, ending with me trying to make my mistakes right by facing my fears and getting on stage, rescheduling the collab I had with Shy Lily to be at her concert sooner. I did make it to her concert, and I was there to support her. Don't know what the planning process is, or if it's even possible at this point, but I could try my best to perform our cover song together and to make it up to you. I can ask Lily to reschedule our plans again to be there sooner. Shy Lily says, quote, months of continuous planning, but the first message of Numi trying to plan anything with me was to Red 2.5 weeks before I decided not to perform, and 5 weeks before the show itself. There was nothing planned beyond me being on stage. Because of my own hesitancy, not even having songs picked out, Val also said this was being planned for over half a year, which may be true for the concert itself, but not being involved. Numi. Okay, so for my concert in February, I know Cinder said she'd be down to perform with me, but she did. But did she also want to perform one of her songs? We have the set list and made it so there's an opening if she'd like to. Only if she wants. I was also thinking of just writing a new song for us to perform instead of Sexy Drug, unless she'd want to do that. Red. We'll ask her. Quote, just because you consistently chose business over friends, never feeling bad for failing them. Quote, I did choose business over a friend when it was between B-Card after my promotion to part owner, and making it to Numi's concert. But I did feel bad about my decisions before I even heard from Numi. I tweeted evidence that I was wrong, and I apologized to her. I was still at her show supporting her, and canceling my performance had nothing to do with business and everything to do with my own fears and insecurities. Cinder, I feel like I've been let down to a lot of my friends lately. This year I really want to do more with them and reach out to more people. Things have been so crazy, but I'm trying I'm trying my best. Hope start in the bag and compete with me over a V-Card collab that you rescheduled to be on the exact date your friend needed you to keep an important promise. End quote. The collab had nothing to do with earning the bag. I had already earned plenty the day before on the actual launch day. It was about being responsible as a new part owner of the brand and representing them during a very important launch weekend alongside Shy Lily. But if I want to compete with Shy Lily, then I wouldn't have asked to collab. Why would I want to share the screen with her in that case? I wanted to collab to work together so her card game was as big a success as we can make it for the entire company. We scheduled our collab on that day, oblivious to my friend's event and my blind excitement for V-Card. As I explained before, it was a mistake, and I made another mistake choosing it over going to the concert. Collab was rescheduled, and I had already pulled out the performance. I agreed to be in the show. I never made a promise to Numi I would perform, that I would be there, and Numi even told Red it was okay if I didn't do either.
You guys don't have to feel obligated to go to either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels. It sounds a lot worse on me for Shy Lily to claim that I did break a promise to a friend for money. Agreeing to do something and making a promise to a friend that and have very different connotations, especially when making claims to the public without any evidence. Quote, actively lied about to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass. I realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in his career? Shy Lily, end quote. Shy Lily said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No. What I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't perform. What I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't perform because of my own reasons. Not going to the concert is what she's talking about, which, by Numi's own words, I wasn't obligated to go to. I didn't lie to Numi. I didn't blame Shy Lily. And the fact she thinks I did points out the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability for what I did and apologized to my friend. He still made it to her show after our collab. When I made the decision not to go to Numi's concert, I told her I felt obligated to be around for Picard's launch weekend as a partial Gamer Subs owner now. My collab with Shy Lily was planned for that day, but even if that wasn't happening, my choice would have likely been the same. Cinder. Hi, Numi. I hope your concert went well yesterday. I saw the pictures, and it looked like it was bumping. I meant to message you sooner, but I didn't want to bum you out before your show. And I won't be able to come to your NYC show this weekend. I didn't expect Picard's release date to get pushed back to your concert date, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a GamerStop's owner now. I really wanted to be there for you, and I know you're going to kill it. I'm sorry, I love you so much, and I miss you. And I apologized to her. I told her I felt pressure to live up to what Shy Lily is for GamerStop's and the VTuber community. And the VTuber community now that I had the same position. I wasn't blaming Shy Lily. It was about my new position as a part owner. Shy Lily was the only example to follow in the footsteps of, and she set the bar. I felt I need to hold myself to for the company. I told Numi that quote, I made plans to collab with Shy Lily the day after V-Card's launch day, and that, quote, I planned it as early in the day as possible to make it to her show. I should have been more clear when I said that, quote, I didn't really know how to tell Shy Lily no. That's what I explained in the V-Card section of this document. This was not at all me blaming Shy Lily for the collab. I planned with her, and that was the main reason I made the choice. Yes, I did. I said, quote, I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event, because my decision wasn't solely about the collab or Shy Lily or trying to blame her for it. My decision was because it was V-Card's launch weekend. Now that I'm a part GS owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them and to the community. My announcement didn't really make the splash I thought it would, and V-Card is probably their biggest new drop this year. Full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after V-Card's launch day, which would have been the 18th, but because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible, be able to make the late train to NYC. We are coming to your show. The message I sent to you the other day was a mistake. I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event, no matter the circumstances, and I'm sorry for that. I did feel super guilty after messaging you. I feel like I've just been digging deeper into the stress hole, and it's a stressful. I'm letting a lot of friends down lately. I'm sorry I've been making you feel more like a business partner. than a friend. I don't want to make you feel like that again. Your friendship has meant so much to me in these past few years, and I know I wouldn't be where I am without you. Quote, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. You're welcome, by the way. Unquote. I myself only viewed one person as competition. It wasn't Shy Lily, and it wasn't any of my friends. And yes, my friends have helped me along the way. Some a lot more than others. That I should have been more grateful towards, and we all grew together. I don't owe every single thing I have to them, and I especially don't owe anything to Shy Lily. Her saying "you're welcome," by the way, it comes off as extremely narcissistic, as if she had any major impact on where I am and what I've accomplished, and expects credit for it. Other than the few collabs we had, most of which were on my stream, and a skeb, if she agreed to let me get, I have no idea what she could be talking about. As far as she said, she's always had a bad feeling about me, making it seem like the few things we did do together, she begrudgingly agreed to in the first place. Quote, you claim that it's just business.
Well, in the business world, there has to be accountability. And all you've done is try to shove it away and admit nothing. Shy Lily purposely misconstrued my "it's just business" quote into something to attack me with. Just like in Nano's document, in the actual context of the situation where this quote comes from, I meant it to accept whatever decision Nano chose for herself, regardless of how I feel about it. Because in the end, it's just business. If you actually read my apology, you'd see that I admitted to more than nothing, like she claims here. I just didn't admit to the things I didn't do. I just didn't admit to the things I didn't do. In true narcissistic fashion, you're only feeling sorry about yourself, your own consequences, and your career, and trying to salvage it. End quote. Again, if you actually read my apology, you'd say that I apologize and take accountability for the things I did do. So Lily is the only person who made the claim I was narcissistic, given her actions and before and after this. It really seems like projection. I'm sorry for everyone who looked up to you as an inspiration, and I'm especially sorry for your fans. Flower Pups deserve better. End quote. If Shy Lily handled everything, what she did to me is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Pyro Pups, and it's not my community I feel sorry for. Shy Lily stream on April 28th, 2025. Shy Lily didn't hold back at all in her stream, telling her viewers how she really felt about me. She went full mask off and convinced the public it was completely justified, mockingly saying it's all just business. If it wasn't evident by her tweet, you'll see from her stream that Shy Lily is not a reliable or trustworthy narrator. April 28th, 2025. Back to business. We cooking more drugs today, or maybe to try Oblivion. "10 minutes, 22 seconds, 10 minutes, 48 seconds. Quote, the business eye should be green with a $sign. Yeah, but, or maybe like a little knife. Sorry, this is going to be my way of coping with this. You're going to have to just sit through this. We're going to have to sit through these very distasteful comments. It's simply business."
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The business eye should be green with a $sign, yeah, but... Or maybe like a little knife. Sorry. This is going to be my way of coping with this. You're gonna have to just sit through this. You're gonna have to sit through these very distasteful comments. Eric, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. It's simply business.
Throughout her stream, Shy Lily justifies her petty jabs at me as her way of coping, just like her tweet. She continues She continually makes fun of the phrase, "it's just business." She was the one who purposely lied about what I meant by it to make it look bad on me. 11 minutes 5 seconds to 11 minutes 21 seconds. Oh, you don't have to give me biddies and shmoney to make me feel better. I'm not like that in here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but like coping, okay? Coping.
You don't have to give me beardies and money to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. Feel better.
Say that again.
Oh, I'm tiny. Sorry. You don't have to give me beardies and money to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but like.
Because wasn't it in Wix, Candace BT's document that showed that Cinder was getting more biddies than you? Oh, that's gotta sting. Eddie, agreed. 19 minutes 58 seconds to 20 minutes and 6 seconds. We don't know what you're talking about. We're just going to be back on business tonight. It's just business as usual.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're just gonna be back on business tonight. It's just business as usual.
Come on, don't be afraid to call her a petty bitch. I certainly wouldn't be. 22 minutes, 11 seconds, 22 minutes, 57 seconds. Quote, I also just saw someone feeling bad for taking the apology seriously and feeling dumb about it. I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her. Because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter, and chances are, they're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years, experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages.
If your body feels heavy lately, on Monday, October 20th, we start the Women's Calisthenics.
I also just saw someone feeling bad for taking the apology serious and feeling dumb about it. I'm gonna be honest, okay. I'm having a hard time being upset with anyone who still trusts and forgives her because, and I say this in all honesty, the reason it worked for so long is because her words are as sweet as butter. And chances are yours probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else. If you read all of these things and you see nothing wrong with it, give it a few years. Give it a few years. Experience will show you what the fuck is behind those messages.
Lily continues to discredit anything I said in my apology, manipulating the audience to see things her way. You're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else, if you don't. 24 minutes and 6 seconds. 24 minutes, 6 seconds, 24 minutes, 51 seconds. 24 minutes, 6 seconds, 24 minutes, 51 seconds. Quote. The only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first Google Talkie. Sorry, that was the only tough night. That was a tough one. It was like 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a little manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to. And they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people.
be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first doc. The first Google Docky! Sorry. That was the only tough night.
What did you even... The joke was chicken jug. How the hell did you fuck that up?
That was the only tough one. It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with, you know.
I've been more greedy lately.
Lily was terrified about how I could manipulate my way out of this, which is why I believe the documents were posted when they were, so I wouldn't be able to respond. 25 minutes and 32 seconds to 25 minutes and 42 seconds. Quote, it's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And the worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit.
Recline with the highest quality standards from the footrest up. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy.
It's literally just hearsay, the entire apology. And worst of all, throughout this whole hearsay, it's full of bullshit.
Sure, Lily doesn't know what hearsay is. One's personal account is not hearsay. You've already seen the bullshit put out against me in Nano's document, and by the end of Shy Lily's stream, you'll see more. 27 minutes, 45 seconds to 20 minutes, and 5 seconds. It's been a week, hasn't it? I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I'm actually really sad, but it's just how I cope. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you. If you don't understand this, this might sound too fucked up and psychotic. I just need to laugh. Let me cope.
It's been a week, hasn't it? I'm sorry I'm laughing. I'm actually really sad, but it's how I cope, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you. If you don't understand, this might sound so fucked up and psychotic, but I just need to laugh. Let me cope.
What I am about to do.
Shy Lily was gleeful for my cancellation. 32 minutes, 30 seconds to 33 minutes and 48 seconds. Quote, I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needless to say, more stuff has happened. Needless to say, but most of these things don't have receipts, or the receipts have personal and private stuff attached to it. It's just, you just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay. That's one thing I always wondered. Okay, it was like personal, if it's like personal information, like your own personal info that you don't want leaked, then yeah, I understand. But if it's like model clients or shit like that, when Nano had no problem fucking leaking that shit. The only time I draw a line at personal info is when it's your literal personal info, or someone's quite literal personal info. You just can't share. Some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay, but that's just my own experience. That happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. Pardon me. That's okay. That's okay, but we made sure, and we all agree that everything we put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have. Nothing else. No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing. Only receipts. So obviously there's more. There's more receipts too, but those contain info that's just, it contains sensitive stuff about others themselves, or even the criminal herself. Even the criminal herself.
No, I highly suggest you check it out yourself. Everything that is publicly available is through receipts. Needlessly to say, more stuff has happened. Needlessly to say. But most of these things don't have receipts. Or the receipts have personal, private stuff attached to it that you just can't share. Hello Thor, thank you so much. Thank you. So some of the stuff we might talk about today is hearsay because that's just my own experience that happened in person. It's my word against whoever else wants to challenge it, and that's okay. But we made sure and we all agree that everything we put online will only be receipts. Only receipts that we have, nothing else. No emotions, no experiences, no hearsay, no nothing, only receipts. So obviously there's more. There is more receipts too. But those contain info that's just, it contains sensitive stuff about others, themselves, or even the criminal herself.
More proof of their claims wasn't shown due to containing personal info, like Shy Lily said. I have no idea what it be, if not what's already shown and censored in this document. I didn't seem to have that problem putting my evidence together. She may be talking about my messages with Numi, and maybe Numi didn't want that to be made public, or Shy Lily is giving a bullshit reason why the full context of Nano's messages weren't shown and the evidence she claims to have doesn't exist. Shy Lily also calls me a criminal in another petty instance. "45 minutes and 7 seconds, 46 minutes and 8 seconds. Quote. Quote. She said that when she tried to bring me onto, okay, I know when she said that she tried to make this thing with me, and when we were doing a collab, and she was just like, the Charizard and Blastoise of V-Card doing the, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some box legendary or something that you didn't create. Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed. But people sometimes get excited and they do cringeworthy stuff. And see, the ironic part is, I'm pretty sure it's the Charizard, that one old Charizard card that's like worth thousands of dollars. Countless photos of Shinder's V cards being worth a lot more than Lily's. So that's a big slap in the face.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard V card. Girl forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
God, that... Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know... When she sat there and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard and Blastoise V-Card doing the... Oh, like, how dare you sit there and pretend to be some box legendary of something that you didn't create? And
that's the ironic thing. She didn't create it, yet yet her cards are more valuable than the fucking creator itself. Disgusting.
Disgusting. Trust me, we all cringed, but people sometimes get excited and they do cringe-worthy stuff.
There's a little bit of animosity behind Shy Lily's words here. Why?
47 minutes, 8 seconds, and 47 minutes, 47 minutes and 53 seconds. Quote, it is typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like this whole document. Like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it, but it's typical. Oh, you take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, we have eggs.
You have eggs, you have dinner.
Empower your company to shine in every response with Lupio.
Sorry it happened. No
It is
accountability.
typical narcissistic manipulation fashion. Like, this whole document, like I said, if you don't see it that way, I don't blame you. Chances are you're too young and naive. You're just as gullible and easy to manipulate. If you don't see it, I fully get it. I don't support it. I hope you'll eventually see it. But it's typical. I take accountability for nothing. I shove the blame over to my man. I knew nothing. Everything was behind my back. I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, come on.
Lily manipulated her audience to her side, basically calling them stupid if they don't see things her way. 48 minutes, 1 second to 48 minutes and 29 seconds. Quote, companies don't want to have bad PR, in it's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take action because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, is what our good old little friend Snake would say.
When companies don't want to have bad PR, in it's just business fashion. When a company has an employee fuck up, guess what? The company has to take actions because of the employee. The company has to pay damages and make amends for the employee. It's just business, is what a good old little friend Snake would say.
49 minutes and 12 seconds. Quote, you burn your Cinder merch? Honestly, if I can't encourage you, you paid for it. You do what the fuck you want. But I can't encourage you to do something. Donate it, okay? But again, you do what you want to do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. Two things, not to defend anything of what she's done, but you're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not, doesn't matter. You had a good time, those are your memories to keep, But on top of that, again, if you cope by burning merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, then donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
Waffle. You burn your Cinder merch. Honestly, if I can't encourage you, you paid for it, you do what the fuck you want. But if I can encourage you to do something, donate it. Whatever shirts, jackets, sweaters, plushies, figures you don't want,
Has anyone
a
tried
kid won't
mixing
care.
Lily's Gamer Subs in a vanilla milkshake? It's really good.
I haven't, and honestly, it doesn't sound good, but I'm willing to give it a
If
try
you
if
stepped
you
on anyone,
vouch for
it'd be
it.
their shoulders so you could reach the countertop.
Okay, but again, you do what you wanna do. If that's how you cope with this, that's also okay. But two things. not to defend anything of what she done, but you're just a viewer. You're just a viewer. You don't have to atone for someone's sins and feel bad about the good times you've had. Whether they were fake or not doesn't matter. You had a good time. Those are your memories to keep, you know? But on top of that, again, if you cope by burning your merch, I ain't judging. You cope the way you want to cope. I cope through memes and making fun of things. That also isn't fucking perfect. But if you have it in you and you can cope with it, try and donate everything you've got. Any shirt, sweater, figurine, plush, whatever the fuck it is, just donate it.
Shailily encourages his viewers to donate any merch of mine they may have, but doesn't disavow burning it either. "53 minutes 5 seconds to 53 minutes 37 seconds. Quote, the thing with the no drama rule is every time you have rules like this, there's a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. And based on people's reactions, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. And once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a fuck what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair fucking game."
The thing with the no drama rule is, every time you have rules like this, there is a line that cannot be crossed. Because once that line is crossed, it's fair game. It's all fair game. And based on people's reaction, I don't think anyone blames me for getting involved and speaking up and strongly speaking about it. Once a certain line is crossed, it's fair fucking game. I don't give a shit what kind of rules or morals I've got. It's fair.
53 minutes at the 53-minute 37-second mark, Lily is rated and reacts exactly how you would expect.
Fucking game. Thank you, Double. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. What up, little pups? I just wanna say I have a very strong way of coping. I cope
Dude,
through
April
humor.
Sucks. Love you, womp womp.
April sucks, doesn't it?
One hour, 2 minutes, 46 seconds. To 1 hour, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Quote, it's when the dominoes fell. The dominoes fell, the actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked, one singular thing, like 5 or so days ago, one thing got leaked, a singular thing, and I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me you sound like a person who wouldn't want to work with because who does this? Who does those things?
It's when the dominoes fell. The actual starting point, the dominoes fell when one thing leaked. One singular thing. Like 5 or so days ago, one thing leaked, a singular thing. And I go, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with because who does those things?
One thing did not leak, quote, 5 or so days ago, by what Bao said. Lily messaged her on Friday, April 18th, about what Nano told her, 5 days before the stream came up. Before the stream was
Wednesday, April 23rd, when Bao was brought into things after her surgery, as the timeline at the top of this page shows, it was, quote, one thing leaked 2 weeks before this. Shy Lily knew about this for 2 weeks by the time of her stream, and in that time, never said anything to me. Things Red said weren't slander, and you'll see Shay Lily admit that herself. One hour, 3 minutes, 30 seconds to 1 hour, 5 minutes, 9 seconds. Quote, they were saying I dodged collabs with them, collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there, collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do, I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, and I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, one of them, I did. I did it because that one, I already knew, and the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? One person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person has a reason to be wary was actually wary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging, where I said, sorry, I'm busy, and they just took it, and they were like, okay, we'll just replace someone else. Cool. It's called projection, and she fucking knew. She fucking knew. She knew. So, anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly, I did do once.
Lights, camera, action, meow. Stay wild. Stay loud.
They were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 fucking other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into in a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do. Because I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on that specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just simply didn't fucking want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Okay, yeah. One of them I did. Because at that one, I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace you with someone else. Cool. You know, it's called projection. Because she fucking knew. She knew. Absolute business. So anyways, I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly I did do once.
Shylily starts by talking about dodging collabs. Here's what Red said. Red, lately tipping on collabs, they were both part of it at the last minute, and now ghosting her messages. Cinder raided her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. The one and only collab she could be talking about here was this repo collab that happened on March 21st, 2025. Collab with Camilla, Shoto, Limes, Nietzsche, and Boom. Here are the first messages of that collab being planned. It was originally going to be on March 15th, 2025. Shy Lily said she was available.
Repo with the girls. The girlies 21st. There's Friday, 8 o'clock a.m. PT. Blank. Hello, are you guys down for a repo on Saturday, March 15th, 2025, 10:30 a.m. or March 15th, 2025, 11 o'clock a.m. Let me know if not, maybe the next week then. Blank. Saturday I'm blank, but we could push it like 4 hours later. Then yes. Otherwise, I'd love to do it on another day. Blank. I probably can. Blank. Shay Lily. I'm down. Shay Lily. Blank. Please recover well. Blank. If Saturday works for everyone else, I can see if I can move blank. Blank. I think it's either Friday or Saturday, the IMO, but prob Saturday better for blank. Be honest, we can also move it to like middle of the week. To middle of the week next week, but let me know what y'all feel about this weekend first. Blank. Friday's probably not good for me. Blank. Shay Lily. Anything works for me. I has no plans. One of our friends couldn't make the March 15th date for the collab, and because we wanted to include everyone, the collab was rescheduled to March 21st. Shay Lily said she was free again. Blank. Hey, y'all. I don't know if I can. I'm bad at mental space right now. At a bad mental space right now. So I don't know if I can do group collabs. I don't want to bring the mood down by accident. But I'd love to come. If it's this week, I don't think I can. Blank. How about we move Repo to Friday next week, then? I want to do this lobby for sure, or actually Thursday, so Blank has more time to chill, and Blank can rest too, since Blank. I think that's better. March 21st, 2025, 11 o'clock a.m. Maybe this time? March 20th, 2025, 11 o'clock a.m. for Thursday, if y'all prefer. Blank. 21st on Friday, would be better for me, as I have blank. Cinder. I can't do next Thursday, but I'm free Friday. Yeah, blank. Friday it is! Shay Lily. Yeah. For sure Friday next week. Thursday works, but I wouldn't stream there. Alright, let's go. Cinder. Blank. What do you think? I definitely want to be able to play with everyone. I hope you're both feeling okay. Listen. On stream, Shay Lily said she had something. She had something that day. She dodged the collab, and that was a dentist appointment. But then she says she didn't have it. But then she says she didn't have the appointment on the day of the collab. The day after the dentist, she didn't want to do the collab. Well, here's Shay Lily's tweet about her dentist appointment from March 8th, 2025. That's not March 15th. Or March 21st. Shay Lily. I managed to sit through my dentist appointment without a panic attack, and I was so very happy. Yeah, I'm still gonna take today off. I had to lock in so bad. I'm so freaking beat and exhausted now. I'm sorry, you may shrimp piece. Cinder, so proud of you, girl. That's me with doctors too. So that before anything else, Shay Lily, said, quote, and the other one, I dodged it. Yeah, I did. Okay? Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew, and the other one, yes, I dodged. End quote. She said she dodged one collab with the excuse that she already knew, and another collab just because. So what Red said about dodging collabs wasn't slander, like she lied about. The other collab I believe she was referring to is the one that never happened, on March 27th, 2025, that was shown in Shay Lily's section. Repo with blank. Welcome to the beginning of Repo with blank. Cinder, blank, and blank. Blank added Cinder to the group. Blank added blank to the group. Blank changed the channel name to Repo with blank. 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 Hello. Oh, wowie. Blank. 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 Yippee. Set up a day for us here in a bit. It will be modded. Blank. Oop, Lily can't make it. Blank removed. Shy Lily. So, if one collab was dodged on March 21st, wait,
And the other collab being planned on March 27th was dodged, how could Shy Lily use the excuse that she already knew what happened between Nano and Red from their conversation on April 12th? But is that what she said next? Quote, but you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concern as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be wary was actually wary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging there? I just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy. They just took it, and they were like, okay, well, we'll just replace someone else. Cool. You know, it's called projection because she fucking knew. She knew. The only collab Shy Lily could be talking about here is with Repo. Is the Repo collab from March 21st. First, let me address why she thinks I was concerned and weary. The day in the collab, we were told Shy Lily was going to make it because of a Bikini Bottoms collab she had that day. Because we rescheduled this collab once for another friend. I thought we were going to reschedule again for Shy Lily so she could play with us. That's all. Like, I'm grabbing you guys at 10:50 a.m. later. So I think Lily might have to dip because she has bikini bottoms and other stuff going on that day. So she got fit. So I got another girly to fill. I'll see y'all in the morning. Cinder. Wait, are we rescheduling again? Blank. Huh? What do you mean? And the lobby doesn't start until 8. Remember? It's 7:35 PT. I also have a fill. Cinder. Oh, I thought we were gonna have everyone here play. Blank. It's me, you, Blank. Cinder. Gotcha. Blank. Yeah, all good. Just because Lily couldn't make it doesn't mean you cancel last minute. All good. So far, she said this collab was dodged because of a dentist appointment. That it was the day after a dentist appointment, so she didn't feel like it. That was because she already knew what happened over 2 weeks in the future somehow, when in reality it was because of the Bikini Bottoms collab that day. But did she dodge because of the Bikini Bottoms that day? No. It's true that Shy Lily had Bikini Bottoms collab that day, but that was only at 2 p.m. EST. Our Repo collab was at 11 a.m. EST and lasted about 3 hours. So Shy Lily would have been able to do both. Okay, but why didn't she want to stream that long? Shy Lily started her stream that day at 11 a.m. EST, just chatting for 3 hours until her Bikini Bottoms collab. While the rest of us played Repo without her. Shy Lily, being hours until we hang out with the Bikini Bottoms later. They're on time or cat. Here's the VOD of Shy Lily's stream with Bikini Bottoms starting about 3 hours in. She go. Wait, was it time art? No wonder. Jesus.
I am excused.
Chibi Lily's normal stance really has the look of, wait guys, please, hear me out. Let me cook.
Let me cook! I swear. No more chibi.
Could have played with us, but she dodged. Why? I believe it was because Shy Lily already had something against me unrelated to anything to do with Nano, and didn't want to platform me on her stream. Quote, the one person that's the reason for me dodging is the one concern as to why I'm dodging. Shy Lily dodged at least 2 collabs. Shy Lily dodged at least 2 collabs with me. Red did not lie to Nano, and Shy Lily lied to everyone, so saying it was slander. She admitted to herself on stream. So, anyways, I was accused of dodging. Which, somewhat fairly, I did do once. End quote. Probably get to page 170. and cut it off here. I'm sorry I tried. But don't worry. I'll make live streams during the week. To try my best to finish this up. Yeah, so when I get to page 170, I'll end it here. 1 hour 5 minutes 9 seconds to 1 hour 6 seconds 32 minutes. 1 hour 5 minutes 9 seconds to 1 hour 6 minutes 32 seconds. Christ on a stick. I can't fucking speak today. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she raids, and like, oh, sorry, you know, when Buff raided me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking Twitch.tv name. Buff of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Twitch.tv over here. Like, now you get to say it. Like, now I get to say it. When did she raid it? She's center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. Like, I'm having a normal-ass reaction to a raid stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk... Like, I'm having a normal reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Oh, sorry to say of Vichiban. Sorry, Buff Pup from Twitch.tv of Vichiban. There we go. My bad. Sorry, can't make mistakes like that. I just don't want to be a snake, you know? Well, got to get the full government name out there, because apparently people don't feel graced. Otherwise, people don't feel like they did a good job raiding you. Like, damn, I'm sorry.
Creators, I built these 3 apps to run my business just using prompts with Base 44.
Okay.
Once. Anyways, I was accused of not acknowledging her when she raids. And like, oh, sorry, you know when Buff raided me earlier, I'm sorry for not calling Buff's full government fucking name. Buff Pup of Twitch.tv, thank you so much for your raid and bringing your community from Buff Pup from Twitch.tv over here. Like, now I get to say it. When she raided, she is center fucking stage. I am pausing my sponsor to talk to her. Don't ever call me Rose Doodle. Like, I'm having a normal ass reaction to a raid, like I have with everyone. Oh, sorry, I didn't say of Vichiban. Sorry, a Buff Pup from Twitch.tv of Vichiban. There we go. My bad. Sorry. Can't make mistakes like that. I don't want to be a snake, you know. He hates us, dude. Gotta get the full government name out there, because apparently else people don't feel graced. Otherwise people don't feel like they did a good job raiding you. Like, damn, I'm sorry.
Next, Shy Lily talks about the times I raided her and made a petty joke out of it. Here's what Red said. Red. Lately, tipping out a collapse they were both part of at the last minute, now ghosting her messages. Cinders raided her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Cinder by name. Here are those 2 raids. Shy Lily. March 30th, 2025, Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi or thank me for the raid.
Die! Oh, hello. Ignore what you just saw. Okay. Ooh! Oh my goodness! Hello! Oh! Hello, raiders! Hello! I am playing Berserker. It's called The Last Berserker.
11th, 2025. Again, Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi or thank me for the raid. 5 hours, 49 minutes, 28 seconds.
I'm actually not so excited to hang out tomorrow, cause like, you know how it is. Stuff just happens, and now I'm busy. But you know, if you bagged me, I guess I could maybe move things around. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, hello, Pyro Poopers! Hi! How you doing?
First thing she said was, quote, like, I get to say it, when she rated, she's center fucking stage. I'm pausing my sponsor to talk to her, end quote. At the end of both these raids, Shy Lily said both of her sponsorships had already ended. March 30th, 2025. 6 hours, 53 minutes, 20 seconds. So we were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I kept playing.
Now you can earn PC Optimum points on all your DoorDash cravings, from late night munching to salad crunching.
Last Berserker Kazan, we were sponsored, but the game was really fun, so I just kept playing for like
April 11th, 2025.
5 hours, 49 minutes, 55 seconds. Quote, we had a sponsor earlier. Oh, we don't have a sponsor anymore.
We're playing some Honkai Star Rail. We had a sponsor earlier. Oh, we do. No, we don't have a sponsor anymore. It's been like an hour since.
Turns out she didn't have to pause her sponsor to talk to me, as if that was her excuse not to say hi and thank me for sending her my community. Then she said, quote, like I'm having a normal-ass reaction to a raid like I have with everyone. So what is a normal reaction to a raid from Shy Lily? Here are a bunch of raids Shy Lily received in the same time frame my 2 raids were. You can see how she reacted to them compared to mine. April 2nd, 2025.
It was nuts. Yo, Pierre! Thank you for the raids! Hey, yo! Thank you!
5th, 2025. 1 hour, 58 minutes, 22 seconds. This raid happened while Shy Lily was in the middle of the sponsored segment.
On to the Raiders. Oh, Raiders! Oh, Kira! Thank you for the raid! Hello, Raiders! We're playing Path of Exile. It's not my first time playing, but today is sponsored though. I had
6th, 2025. 2 hours, 14 minutes, 31 seconds.
Kosh of Shake, thank you for the raid! Hello, Raiders! Hello! Hi.
Brain fart was having brain fart right now. This is the one I just watched.
Lolo, thank you, Raiders!
Okay, this one was on April 12th, 2025. We had 1 hour, 46 minutes, 9 seconds.
You get fucked a little.
Change to be more robust.
Lolo,
And,
thank you,
yeah,
Raiders! Hello!
The market will, once
Hi,
they adapt to that,
Raiders!
find a solution. And if the new rule set is a better rule set, then that should be a
April 13th, 2025. 11 minutes, 38 seconds.
Snow Fox raid! Mifu! Thank you so much for the raid! We just got here. Hello!
$22 minutes, 26 seconds.
Setting up the 3D stuff and how fucking long this shit took. And I just don't... Oh, hello, oh my god, the double raid! Thank you, Fufu! Hello!
25 minutes, 43 seconds.
Another raid? What the heck? Shirone, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders! Give hearts to the Raiders. Thank you, thank you.
5 hours, 57 minutes, 15 seconds.
Milk, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. So many raids today. Holy shit. Thank you for blessing me with all your raids.
April 15th, 2025, 4 hours, 52 minutes, 31 seconds.
When your dog hears the call of the wild, have the right fuel to answer. Blue Wilderness Chicken with 30% more protein than Purina Pro Plan chicken is formulated to give your dog the energy they need to take on the wild with you. Blue Wilderness, stay wild.
Thank you, Beetle. Thank you, Nirosama. Hello, girls. How you doing? Thank you for the raid, raiders.
There's a straightforward way Shy Lily thinks raids the same way any streamer does. It's more or less a variation of blank, thank you for the raid. It's a variation of quote, blank, thank you for the raid. So why were my raids different unless she had a problem with me? Even for my raid on March 30th, 2025, it's like Shy Lily had to catch herself from how she normally greet a raid. And then it chose not to greet me or thank me. Only later does she do so, catching herself again. This was not about some kind of narcissistic entitlement or feeling graced by her for not using my 2-syllable, well, quote, full government Twitch.tv name, Cinder. There's a clear difference from how she treated me from other raiders. Unless you genuinely miss it or unable to, I believe you should thank someone for rating your stream. It's common courtesy. Red wasn't slandering Shy Lily to Nano about this, and Shy Lily lied about it. Just as an example, here's how Shy Lily would react to my raids in the past. This one being from the start of the year, January 4th, 2025, at 6 hours, 16 minutes, 6 seconds.
Sender! Oh my goodness! Hello, Pyro Puppies! I am having a Subnautica marathon.
In this one from last year, on November 20th, 2024, 4 hours, 10 minutes, 42 seconds.
But if you get good enough at this, you can ward off attacks from just about anything, and potentially even open up opportunities for counterattacks. Put all this together, and you come to understand what a house cat build truly is.
That's actually
a
so
house
sick.
cat
What
is
the
what
fuck?
you get when you fuse the deadliness of a snake with the energy of a
Thank
mammal.
you so much for the.
But why does this playstyle make for...
Hello, Sender! Thank you for Redo! Thank you. Hello, beautiful. I hope.
Here are the messages she sent me after this raid. I in no way expected something like this every time I raided Shy Lily or anyone else. Shy Lily. Thank you for the raid, big queen. I go eat now. It means the world to me. Sleep well. Sender, you've been killing it, Lily. Have a good sleep. Shy Lily, thank you so freaking much. Came in so clutch too. My shit OBS just kept crashing and being awful during these 8 hours when I was in such a poor mood. Cheered me right back up. Thank you for thinking of me. Cinder. Dude, I've been having problems like that lately too, and it sucks there's so much... it sucks there's not much to do to fix it. So happy I had good timing. Shy Lily. Yeah, I hate when I can't fix things. So easily frustrated by technical stuff, especially when it seems like I have no control over it. You made my night. Hey, seeing you pop in... Fuck. Seeing you pop in made me so much happier again right away. You had no time... I had no time to let OBS drag my mood down. Honestly, you saved me a real shit bedtime. Cinder, you're so sweet. I can relate to that so much, but either way, I've always got your back. 1 hour, 6 minutes, 39 seconds to 1 hour, 6
minutes and 53 seconds. Quote, them saying I've been weird ever since VCard. Them saying I've been weird ever since VCard, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I've contacted her. Technical issues that you guys said she also had ever since.
Not sure if you belong in Sephora's Beauty Insider program? Tried all the drugstore conditioners and still can't.
What was the other accusation? Let me think real quick. Oh yeah, them saying I've been weird ever since VCard, which also isn't true. We've literally done a collab ever since. We've talked ever since. I contacted her for a technical issue that you guys said she also had ever since.
The last collab Shy Lily and I were in together was on February 5th, 2025, 4 days after our VCard collab when the game launched. The only times we talked that was when she turned me down for a collab on March 3rd, 2025, messaged me because she needed my help on March 3rd, 2025, and in the group chat for the repo collab she dodged. That's it. Say this generalized claim from Red was an issue is ridiculous. Red, ever since after VCard launched. One hour, 6 minutes, 63 seconds to 1 hour, 7 minutes, 34 seconds. Well, it's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive. And again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts it's not true. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM, but somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem.
It's just a bunch of stuff that makes me sound weird and competitive when, again, reflecting. That one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot. And I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I did say, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem.
That bunch of stuff was all true. So does that mean Shy Lily was weird and competitive towards me? Shy Lily said that screenshot of Red's DMs that started it all were, quote, from at that point of a few days ago, so not, quote, 5 or so days ago, like she claimed. Shy Lily said she gave, quote, gave Nana the receipts of it's not true. I don't know what she would have shown Nano to convince her Red was lying about these, since they were all true, but she did somehow. Shy Lily said she ghosted my DM once, and that he didn't see it, saying it wasn't a problem before. Her Nano worked on her new model. Once again, admitting to something that Red said she was doing, that lied to everyone, and saying it was slander. Red, lately dipping out of collabs they were both part of at the last minute, now ghosting her messages. Sinners rated her a couple times in the past week, and Lily won't acknowledge Sinner by name. Holy fuck, that is a lot of reading. It's the farthest I've ever gotten.
It came to 200-page stuff. So that said, tomorrow I'll try to live stream this stuff and get it all read and done